This week's episode is sponsored by Change. Change is the #1 mentoring program that teaches you e-commerce from scratch. Change has a real community with real results. I have been working with Ryan for many years now and have attended many of his events and retreats across the world and got to meet members and the amazing community of like-minded people. Ryan works with a lot of big names in the business world, helping them build online businesses and e-commerce. Change offers personal one-on-one support, no experience needed, but like anything, this takes time and is not a get-rich-quick scheme. If you put the work in, you will get the results. E-commerce and online shopping is getting bigger and bigger. This is a great opportunity for anyone that is looking for financial freedom. For more information, go follow Ryan on Instagram at RyanJB, and he will guide you through the steps to help you get started and build a successful online business. You can now follow me on all my social media platforms to find out who my latest guest will be. And don't forget to click the subscribe button and the notifications bell so you're notified for when my next podcast goes live. And boom, we're on.
We're on.
And today's guest, we've got the legend David Icke. David, how are we?
I'm good, man. You?
Really good, thank you. First and foremost, thanks for coming on the show.
No
I
problem.
had John nearly 6 years ago. You're the man who kind of started it all over 30 years ago. You spoke against the grain. People laughed. It's becoming more the norm now. It's unbelievable how far everybody has progressed, especially lockdown. I think a lot of people then wakened up to the kind of madness and started questioning things. But I'm looking at things now and I see a lot of people, I don't know if it's becoming a trend, whether people call it a conspiracy theorist, a realist, whatever it is, but a lot of people now speak about it and it seems as if a lot of the stuff's getting recycled. Listen, I'm guilty of that myself on the podcast. I'll listen to yourself or other people, and you've wrote over 30 books, and a lot of people recycle the same stuff, but it's still good that I think more people are waking up and questioning life a lot more. But it's great to have you back on. We've got a lot of questions, we've got a lot of things to talk about, but first and foremost, we'll promote your interview details of the film, The Persona Non Grata, which is available for iconic.com, where people can have pay-per-view, the subscribers. It's also free on Good Friday on the 18th of April on personanongrata.film. What's this about, David?
It's about the fact, James, that I've currently banned from nearly 30 European countries, plus Australia. The film is extraordinary in the sense that people talk about freedom of speech and, attacks on freedom of speech. What the film documents is a level of extreme that is shocking to the core. I was asked in 2022 by a Jewish guy to go to Amsterdam and speak for 20 minutes, half an hour at a peace rally. And I agreed. And then all hell broke loose. The government started attacking me. Other groups in the Netherlands started attacking me. And I was condemned by the so-called justice minister as a Jew hater, although a Jewish guy had invited me. And then the media picked it up. I was demonized for 3 weeks in the media, preparing for the punchline, which was I was in a hotel in Folkestone in Kent, waiting to go the next morning through the Channel Tunnel to the peace rally. And this long rambling email came through from the immigration department of the Netherlands government saying, you're not coming. But there was more to it than that, because the Netherlands is part of a border group called the Schengen Group, the Schengen border countries, nearly 30 of them now. And there's this extraordinary rule that if you're banned from one, you're banned from all of them. So I'm sitting there in this hotel in Folkestone, and a few minutes ago, I was preparing to go through the tunnel to the Netherlands to speak for 20 minutes. And I'm sitting there and I'm banned from nearly 30 countries. And of course, I was already banned in 2019 from Australia. And it's extraordinary. So what happened is they first of all said, it's because he's anti-Semitic. Okay. So what we did is challenge it in court. And they couldn't make it stand up. So they changed tack as their reason from I'm anti-Semitic to I'm saying there's an evil elite that's running the world, right? Okay, well, that's my opinion. You may not agree with it, but I have a right to it. No, the minister doesn't agree with it. So what happened then is we had a series of court cases where the judge came in with a rubber stamp each time. I thought that we were in trouble, And so then the 2 years were up. And by this time, the biggest ruling party in the Netherlands was the Party for Freedom, right? The Party for Freedom, headed by a bloke called Geert Wilders, who's a bit of a alternative media hero. Not in my house, he's not. And a minister from that party then decided she was going to renew the ban for another 2 years. And now she was saying, I'm anti-Semitic. Sorry, I thought they'd changed tack. No, it's just crazy stuff. So now I'm facing up to 4 years. And what they said in one of these court cases, the government lawyer, if he doesn't change his views, it will be indefinite, right? And what they said when they were saying, oh, he's going to be banned for another 2 years, is it's because he's not changed his views. Now, it's like I said a few minutes ago, let's just take a breath and ponder on the scale of fascism that we're looking at here in a so-called liberal democracy, whereby because my views are not acceptable to the government, I'm banned from virtually the entirety of Europe. And that's another point. A lot of other countries, not least North America and others, they take the Schengen system as their criteria to ban people also. So, you're on a plane, right? Or you get off the plane and you've got those green cards, which you fill in when you get to America. And it asks you if you've ever been banned from another country. And I'd have to put 30. I've got no chance, have I, really? So it's not just those countries. It's lots of other countries as well. And I would say to those people in the alternative media, a lot of them have come out of the mainstream since COVID. Why am I banned from all these countries and you're not? Why am I banned from YouTube and you're not? And there's got to be something I'm saying that they're not saying that makes me be treated differently than they do. And it's to do with the vastness of what I'm saying and the depth of what I'm saying. Because after 35 years, you do tend to pick up a lot of things that you don't pick up if you've been around doing it for 5 minutes. There's what's being put out. You mentioned at the start of the chat, what's being put out by a lot of people in this, what I call the hijacked alternative media, is basically recycling stuff. It's not moving on. And I see breaking news podcasts, breaking news, this. And I'm thinking, and then they come up with it, and I'm thinking, that was in my books 20 years ago, 25 years ago, And what it is I've always gone on the principle right the way from the start that whatever I know, there's more to know, always. The idea that, okay, I got it now, well, that's just telling everyone you haven't, because there is so much to know. There's so much to understand, not just about the way the manipulation works in the human world, but actually, what is this place? What is this reality? Who are we? What are we doing here? How do we get here? There's so much to understand, and it all connects in the end. And when you understand more about the nature of reality and what it is, the day-to-day manipulation starts to make more sense suddenly. And so you're always saying, I am anyway. Okay, this is what I know, what I think I know at this point, but what don't I know? And so you're always open to moving on and pushing on. It's like there's that guy, Socrates in ancient Greece, who's quoted as saying words to the effect of, wisdom is knowing how little we know. To know is to know you know nothing. That's the secret of true knowledge, because that keeps you humble. It keeps you in a mode of, there's so much I don't know, so I can't stop seeking more knowledge, because there's so much that I don't know by definition of just being here. There's so much I don't know. And what I'm seeing in the what I call the hijacked alternative media is people have come in and they're basically, they've circled the wagons and they're just recycling the same stuff, and it's not moving on, and it's not going into other areas that we need to go into. And that suits the cult, as I call it, the global cults behind all this. It suits it magnificently.
But see, because of the things we're catching up with, David, now, do you feel as if they're 100, 200 years ahead anyway, because of the stuff that we are questioning, but they're already programmed to then be so far ahead anyway?
Well, if we look at one aspect of this, this global cult, as I call it, is a global network of secret societies, but they're fiercely compartmentalized. I mean, if you look at a secret society like the Freemasons, they're broken up into degrees. And what are those degrees? They're degrees of knowledge. This is the key. How much knowledge that people have, because the more knowledge you have, obviously, the more you see, the more you are aware of. So the idea is to create this global cult, of this network of interlocking secret societies, but it has an inner core, an inner circle, and that's where the real knowledge is. And if you look at say the Freemasons, you've got the 33rd degree of the Scottish Rite, and then you come down the degrees, and most Freemasons are in the bottom 3 levels of degree. So there will be overwhelmingly ignorance of what they know, and then you have the individual secret society, but then the cult web goes on into higher and higher levels, and they will know phenomenally more than Bill and Joe down the bloody lodge does, who will be kept overwhelmingly in ignorance. But what they're doing through this compartmentalized system is they're passing over through the generations knowledge that they keep from the population. And that knowledge relates to, obviously, the agenda that they're following for the population, more and more and more centralization of power and control to create this, in the end, we're seeing it unfold now, AI-controlled dystopia. But they're also passing over through the inner core of the cult, the nature of reality. What is this place? How does it work? Who are we? Where are we? And this same cult, and you can document this. The people involved in this cult, like the Rockefellers in America, for instance, and others like them, they have created the sources of information that the population get. And the idea is you pass over your advanced information through the inner core, through the generations of this global cult, and you control the information that the population get so they are always massively in ignorance of what they know. And this chasm of difference is so vast that when people like me uncover what's happening here and say to people, this is what they're doing and this is how they're doing it, it's so fantastic to people who've been through the cult-controlled education system, that get their information from the cult-controlled media and so on, that they dismiss it and they think you're crazy and a lunatic. So there's two worlds. There's the world of the population and there's the world of the cult. And the difference between them is the scale of knowledge they are allowed to have. And this is very, very basic in terms of the foundation of the whole conspiracy of human control is control of human perception. That's it. And so how do we form our perceptions? We form our perceptions from information that we receive. Now, the cult has advanced information at its inner core anyway. The population has systematically suppressed information. And that's designed to control the perceptions of the population so they see themselves and the world and world events in a certain way. When the cult is orchestrating what people see on the news for very, very different reasons than they actually think, the population think. And so you have a situation with censorship that is all to do with control of perception. Because if you're allowed to know all the information available, you're going to see yourself and the world in a certain way. If it's squeezed and censored, so you only see information that suits this cult to get you to perceive yourself and the world in a very limited way, then you're going to have a perception of powerlessness, of little me, of I've got no power. And when people are in that perceptual state, that limited perceptual state, that's when they look to so-called experts to tell them what to think. They look to teachers, they look to scientists, they look to academics, journalists even, madly. And these experts are in institutions that this cult controls. So it's the job of people like me to uncover what people aren't being told so that they can perceive the world and world events in a much more expanded way. And that's what's been happening.
What do you think we are, David, with all your research as a human being? Do you think we could be avatars, aliens, computers, possibly a simulator? Like, how deep does it go, do you think, in your own opinion, why we're here and what we actually are?
Well, I've been saying since just after the turn of the millennium that this is a simulation. It's like a massively, massively advanced version of a virtual reality game simulation. And I've been saying since the 1990s that the human body is a biological computer. It's a receiver transmitter of information. And so you look at the bigger picture of what we're involved in, and you realize that this technological explosion that we're seeing unfold, computerization and AI and all this stuff, is actually a technological mirror of the very reality that we're experiencing and how we experience it. So if there was, for instance, a Wi-Fi field, there probably is a Wi-Fi field in this studio, where is it? You can't see it because it's operating on a level of frequency that we can't see. And if you said to somebody, there is a field of information in this room, which you can tap into, what we call Wi-Fi, which you could tap into anywhere in the world, and you can put on a screen the basically decoded images from this field. If people didn't know about computers and didn't know about Wi-Fi, they'd say you were crazy. If anyone had said that 100 years ago, they'd have said, you're mad, you're crazy. But now, knowledge, people are aware of computers and they're aware of Wi-Fi. When you say to them, oh, there's a field of information in this, a radiation field in this room, and you can tap into it. Oh, yeah, Wi-Fi, I know about that Wi-Fi, yeah. And then you look at, okay, so how does that Wi-Fi information become what we see on the screen? It does so by a computer decoding it. And if you look at what happens with a computer, you tune it in basically to part of this field. Say you're going to a website, and it will decode that website from the information in a radiation field into what you see on the screen, which is like videos and graphics and words and all this. And it's all going on inside the computer. It's not going on over there and over there and over there. It's going on inside the computer. And what we're doing is observing what's going on inside the computer by looking at the screen. And we're seeing the decoded version of that field. Now, this is basically how we're experiencing reality. You know, quantum physics has shown for a very long time now that there is no physical. It's illusory. As you get deep enough into the energetic field, there is no physical. It doesn't exist.
So we've touched things then, what is that then with the feeling?
That's an electromagnetic.
Or if we hit ourselves or hurt ourselves, we can feel it.
Yeah, because you know, the programming that the body has, the software program that the body is designed to decode, like the computer, to decode the information field, which is the simulation, into what we experience. Now, if I said to people, that wall does not exist outside of me, it exists in here, they'd say I was crazy. But that's what scientists are now more and more beginning to understand. So let's look at how we create reality. The way that we interact with the simulation, the Wi-Fi field, the cosmic Wi-Fi, is through the five senses. And what those do is pick up frequency information. Wave forms, wave fields within the Wi-Fi field, the cosmic Wi-Fi field, carry information. This is well known, and it's how we turn the television on, and the television kind of works. It's all frequency and decoding of frequency. That's what the television is doing. It's decoding frequencies, and so you are looking at a field of information, the cosmic Wi-Fi field. The five senses interact with that. And if you take a simple thing like hearing, what is hearing? It's picking up sound waves. And what the ears do, and the hearing senses, they turn those sound waves into electrical signals. And they communicate it to the brain. And the eyes do the same, and all the senses do the same. They're picking up frequency information they're turning it into electrical information, they're communicating it to the brain, and the brain then takes that information and forms it into a sense of reality, exactly as the computer does with a Wi-Fi field. And so you're looking at a reality that appears to be external to us, but it's actually all in here. And the body is designed as a biological computer to decode this reality, to decode this simulation field. And we, in our prime form, are consciousness. We are eternal, infinite consciousness, awareness. We are simply, in our prime form, a state of being aware. No form, just a state of awareness. And that awareness then experiences this reality through the body, because that awareness is operating on frequency levels that could not interact with this reality, couldn't pick a cup up and have a cup of tea, because the frequency is so different. So we take on this outer shell called a body, which is operating within the same frequency band as the reality we want to interact with. And so we pick the cup up because we're all operating on the same frequency. But the body is not who we are. It's what we're experiencing very, very briefly. And what we call death is simply that point when the biological computer ceases to function. And when it ceases to function, it ceases to decode this reality. And this is why you get these now endless numbers of near-death experiencers who have their body has ceased to function and then it's been brought back to life. And in between, they have these experiences in a reality that is completely different to this one. And the common themes they describe are fantastic in terms of how compelling the common themes they describe are. And so death, which frightens so many people, because people fear the unknown and death is the ultimate unknown. That's why they keep that's one of the big reasons they keep us in ignorance of the bigger picture. There are many other reasons, but that's one of them, because what we don't know, people tend to fear. So when the body ceases to function, it ceases to decode this reality. And people find themselves in another reality. What finds itself in that other reality? Consciousness does. The consciousness that's been experiencing through this body all along. And, you know, one of the things that people overwhelmingly don't realize is how little of this world and this reality and the wider reality that we can actually see. You know, it's my view that at the earliest possible age that they can grasp it, children should be told that when you look into a room, like whatever space you're in, you're not seeing everything in that space. All you're seeing is a narrow band of frequency called visible light. And it's so ridiculously tiny, it's almost laughable. Because according to mainstream science, the electromagnetic spectrum, which is basically our experienced reality, is 0.005% of the energy in all its forms that exists in the universe. 0.005%. Visible light, which is the only band of frequency that we can see, is a smear, a fraction of the 0.005%. And so humans are basically blind. We can only see a narrow band of reality. And I don't think that's an accident either. So once you start to realize that, a lot of things that seem to be impossible start to make sense. So you get these people who say, honestly, I saw this UFO and it appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared into nowhere. Or people say, oh, I saw this entity at the end of the bed and it kind of just appeared out of nowhere and then disappeared into nowhere. And what's the response of people who are kept in ignorance of reality? It's, you're mad, mate. What you've been drinking. But it's perfectly explainable. Because what happens is when something enters visible light from outside, from another band of frequency, to the observer, in the band of frequency, the only thing it can see, it's appeared out of nowhere. And when it leaves this visible light band and goes elsewhere, to the observer, it's disappeared into nowhere. But it hasn't. It's just entered and left the band of frequency that you can see and observe.
How is that, David? See, when someone says you're crazy or this, because a lot of people are waking up and questioning a lot more in life. Life is full of static. We've got vaccines, we've got the schooling system, we've got noise, we've got entertainment, we've got porn, we've got alcohol, we've got drugs now, we've got social media. So it's hard to really get to the source. But there is people waking up. And when you start questioning it and people try and tarnish them and call them crazy, what's the best way to handle that when, even with lockdown, there was only a very small percentage went against the grain and questioned it. Wait a minute, you wear a mask, you get these vaccines, you get this booster, but you can still get this so-called killer disease. But when people question it, it is scary for people to talk about the stuff that you're talking about or just question why. How difficult, and what should people do when they do get targeted for being crazy, just for questioning on?
Well, COVID was a wonderful example of all that I'm saying. Because people are kept in ignorance and they are kept in a state of inadequacy, feeling inadequate. And so they look to the experts to tell them what to think. Now, these experts in these various institutions are paid often high salaries as long as they repeat the narrative that's coming out of authority. So if you were a doctor during COVID and you spoke out that the whole COVID thing was a hoax, which it was, you were out the door. You weren't a doctor anymore. And many, many people experienced that. If you were anyone in the system during COVID that spoke out against it, if you were a teacher or an academic or any of them, you were out the frickin' door, right? So there was a phrase a long time ago, which was basically, if your income depends on something, you are likely to agree with it. You are likely to say it's true when your income depends on you saying it's true. So you've got all these so-called experts, and all they're doing is repeating what they're told the party line is. So doctors went with the fact that the fake vaccine, which wasn't really a vaccine under previous criteria, that it was safe and effective. None of them knew it was safe and effective. But the line was, it was safe and effective. That's what they were told to tell people, so they did. And now you've got the population, and the great vast majority of them are looking to experts to tell them what's going on. And what they're doing, the experts, are telling them what's going on according to what they're told is going on. And so when they said there's a deadly virus, which there wasn't, then people believe the experts who said there was a deadly virus. when they said, and to save yourselves from the deadly virus, you've got to have this fake vaccine, they overwhelmingly had the fake vaccine because they feared the consequences of not having it, and also the pressure of you're going to lose your job if you don't have it.
You can't travel.
Yeah, you can't travel, you can't do anything. And what people like me did from the start was say, I don't buy it. So, Mr. Experts, I don't believe you, because I know that you're just repeating what people in the shadows are telling you to repeat. And so I started questioning it, and I started researching it and uncovering it. And before very long, it was in very early April of 2020, I realized that the whole thing was a hoax to the point where there was no virus. It didn't exist. And that the whole scam was designed to get the content of the vaccine they were planning into as many people as possible. So because my knowledge, because of that research, was expanded on what was happening, I didn't follow lockdowns. I didn't have the jab. I didn't wear a sodding stupid mask. I didn't do any of it because I was aware that it was nonsense. And I had enough self-respect to say, I'm not going along with the nonsense just because you're intimidating me. I'll tell you a quick story. I must have been one of the first people who was subject to the mask mandate in Britain, because I'd done an interview in London, and I was coming back to the Isle of Wight, and the Isle of Wight ferry came in just before midnight, and the mask mandate started at midnight, right? So it's a car ferry, but I'm on foot. And so I stood there, and I'm watching these people walk off the ferry without masks. And then I walk on the ferry just before midnight, and this guy hands me a mask. He says, you've got to wear a mask. I said, I'm not wearing a bloody mask. So I walk on, and I go into the lounge, and because it's like, oh, it's a deadly virus, everyone's in their cars, right? No one's leaving. I'm in the lounge on the boat on my own, nobody with me, with this mask that I've been handed. And then about halfway across, the captain came down, and he said, yeah, I can understand why you won't wear a mask when you're the only one in the lounge. I thought, oh, we're making progress then. He said, but when you walk off the boat, would you mind putting it on when you walk off the boat? And I said, so what you're saying to me is you want me to put on a mask to walk past people all sitting in their frickin' cars and then take it off when I get off the boat. And basically, yeah, you must be having a laugh, mate, because I actually have some self-respect, and therefore I'm not going to do ridiculous, because that's what it is. And that was because you realized what a scam it was. Now, if you're not doing that, if all you're doing is taking your information, your perceptions from experts that are just parroting the government line, the authority line, then you're going to lock down. You're going to put a mask on. You're going to have the jab. And it's the only difference between me not doing any of it and them doing it is knowledge. That's all it was. And also the fact that I won't be intimidated and told what to do. Thank you very much.
But it is scary, David, to see how fast the world got shut down. When you actually look back now, people were sitting in pubs 2 meters apart, but yet the bartender would pour the pint, the waitress would come over the pint, the people never seen their missus give birth. They've got loved ones dying in hospitals, and the nurses are coming up with paper at the window saying They're in a better place now. They've passed away peacefully. And I understand, I'm not here to shit on people, because people genuinely were scared and thought they were doing the right thing, because human beings we're all right people. We kind of want to do the right things, but if you don't question the norm, if you don't question what's going on, you will easily surrender. And too many people complied for my liking. But sometimes, David, I questioned, what if I got it wrong? Because I was still climbing my mountains, I was still keeping away in nature, and people were targeting me. And you do, because with that peer pressure, just going through my journey, I did question, what if I'm wrong? And what if all these majority of people are right? So a lot of people genuinely wanted to help and they wanted to travel, but when you actually look back at it, you realise how big a farce it actually was.
Well, it was a classic farce. I mean, I sat in a cafe and I watched big strapping blokes come to the door, put their mask on, walk to a table, take it off, put it on, go to the toilet, come back, take it off, put it back on to walk back to the door, take it off when they got in the street. And, you know, we are, if we open ourselves to it, we are expanded states of awareness. We are expanded states of consciousness. We can expand our consciousness out into infinity if we choose. But because we don't, and because the pressure is to conform and to only see the myopia of life, like instead of the expansion and infinity of life, we live our lives in little boxes of what? Of perception, and thus behavior. We behave as we do because we perceive as we do. If you want to control how people behave, you can control what they perceive, and you control what they perceive by controlling the information from which they form their perceptions. It's a very simple process. If you control information, you control people. And to get past that, we need to do our own research and say, hold on, okay, I hear what you're saying, but I tell you this, my experience of life is that authority lies, right? That's what it does. It's what it's there for, because it's trying to control the perception of the people. And all these experts have their perceptions controlled, and they pass their control of the perception onto the population who believe them because they're experts. Well, they must know what they're doing. Well, maybe they don't, actually. And so you have this situation where people live their lives in this myopic view of reality, in which they look outside of themselves for being told what to think, whatever. And COVID just brought that into stark reality. You know, there's 8 billion people, apparently, on the planet. They don't count them. And the number of people in full knowledge of what they're doing in terms of this conspiracy within this cult is absolutely tiny compared with that. So how are the few going to control the many? Look back through history and see how it's always been the few that have controlled the many. Why? Because the population in general has given its perceptions away to the few. And often it's just, well, they tell us what to do, so we must do it. And then there's a group that says, I really don't want to do it because I don't believe it, but what are the consequences of me not doing it? And those two groups, the ones that believed authority without question, and this other group that doesn't really believe authority, doesn't want to do what authority says, but fears the consequences of not doing so. Those two groups are responsible for every tyranny in history. Because fascism communism, and all these other expressions of tyranny, they don't, they're not imposed by fascists and communists and tyrants, because there's never enough of them. Tyrannies happen because of the population's acquiescence to tyranny. That's why it happens. And so if you look at COVID, the reason that tyranny could be imposed was because of these two groups. The one that just believed authority without question, and the other group that said, I don't really believe it, I have questions about it, but what are the consequences of me not doing it? How many people were jabbed because the consequences of not being jabbed were they'd lose their job or whatever? And then you've got the third group. And the third group, which we're trying to make bigger and bigger and bigger, is the group that has ended every tyranny in history. And they're the ones that look at authority and what they're being told, and they say, I don't believe you. I've done my research. I know you're lying to me, and I'm not cooperating. I'm not cooperating with my own enslavement by doing what you tell me when I know that what you're telling me is to control me and to enslave me. I'm not doing it. And if you look at COVID, particularly in London, because I was involved in all that, when COVID started, a few people were protesting, and they were easily picked off by the police and arrested, and that was it. By the time the COVID restrictions ended, there were maybe 100,000 people, I was among them, walking through the streets of London, protesting against the restrictions. And the police were on the side of the road watching us walk past. Why? Because there's just too many of us to stop, because there's not enough police. There's not enough in authority to stop that number of people. So that's the big fear this cult has, that you have a unity of response, where we put down the fault lines that divide us, the irrelevant fault lines of religion and race and income bracket and all these things that turn us into little groups of kind of competing with each other, often at war with each other. And we come together in unity against a common threat. That's what happened with those marches. They weren't really protest marches. They were almost a spiritual experience, because of the unity that was there. And that's what they're terrified of, that will happen.
Yeah, well, they say the power of the people stronger than the people in power.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's trying to waken them up to then see that and question they're being fooled.
So what they do is they systematically create factions. So when you do the research, this is one of the things that's really made me shake my head in terms of this hijack of the alternative media, is that there was an understanding that we live in one-party states, that, as you used to say in America, Democrats and Republicans are two wings of the same bird, because you have a political party that targets a certain attitude, a certain belief system, a certain part of society. You have another party that targets that, another part of society, another belief system. And so what you're doing is you're telling your natural constituency what they want to hear. So they elect you. But then when you get into power, you do what you planned all along, which was to follow this this cult agenda for more and more centralization of power, more and more erosion of free speech, more and more tyranny. But what you've got is these two groups fighting each other over which of these wings on the same bird that they should vote for, who should be the government. And these people, certainly at the core of them, they're laughing at you. So people have noticed over a long period of time, as they used to say in America when I first went there talking about this in the 1990s, it doesn't matter who you vote for, the government still gets in. And so if we look as an example now at what's happening in America with Trump and Musk and all these people, it's classic what I call designer manipulation. If you're going to understand the world and where we're being taken, you need to know where we're being taken. Because unless you know the outcome that's being planned, all the events that happen in the world are like random. They're unexplainable. They're bewildering. This has happened. That's happened. That's happened. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? Why didn't they do it this way? But I have this phrase, know the outcome and you'll see the journey. Once you know where we're being taken, the outcome we're being taken to, suddenly those random events become very clear stepping stones to that outcome. So what's the major outcome that we're being taken towards so fast now? It's a society in which everything is controlled by artificial intelligence. And there is a fusion between artificial intelligence and humans, a fusion with the brain body of humans of artificial intelligence. That's the outcome. But what you've got is groups that you have to, if not get on board, then at least mitigate their resistance to that outcome. So if you look on the left of politics, you're looking at overwhelmingly people that are accepting that outcome. They're going with it. And you can give them the hard sell of the AI takeover. And that will come through people like Klaus Schwab at the World Economic Forum, Bill Gates. There's a guy at Google called Ray Kurzweil. And they'll sell you the fact that if we are fused with artificial intelligence, we'll be gods. It's the next stage of human evolution if we fuse with artificial intelligence. Okay, so that kind of works there. But what you had over here was a large number of people getting bigger all the time that were very skeptical of this artificial intelligence takeover. So you got to get them on board. So onto the scene, particularly for this second term, comes Donald Trump. And alongside him comes Elon Musk. And I've been tracking Elon Musk for many, many years back because of how his companies were serving the agenda of this global cult and where it wanted humanity to go towards this dystopia. And so when he was allowed to buy Twitter, and he was allowed to buy it, you know, people say the deep state, as they call it, controlled Twitter before Musk. Yes. And when Musk took it over, he started releasing these things called the Twitter files, a few of them, to say, look, before I took it over, the deep state was controlling what appeared on Twitter, right? Okay, so what you're saying, what you're telling me, is the deep state controlled Twitter before Musk and had Twitter exactly where it wanted. It decided what was seen and what wasn't seen. Yeah. So why did they sell it to you then? Why did they allow you, a alleged free speech absolutist, absolutely the opposite, why did they allow you to buy it? And the reason was this, or this is one of the reasons, there were others. You have a large body of people, I mean about 75 million people in America voted for Trump, that were pushing back on this AI agenda and this cult agenda. And they were very skeptical of this AI fusion. So you got to get them. So what you do is, and what they were doing in those days, I remember, a lot of them were calling out Elon Musk. They were calling him a transhumanist. He was taking us towards this AI dystopia. And then he bought Twitter, and he started letting people back on. And suddenly he went from zero to hero. And what happened, and I watched it, they stopped calling him out on the AI agenda. Suddenly he could do no wrong. Musk is one of us. And you could start to see this movement towards Trump, this fusion with Trump, certainly to get him elected anyway. And what Trump was doing was telling this group what it wanted to hear. It was saying we're going to get rid of globalism, we're going to get rid of the deep state, we're going to stop the people coming into the country and migrants, and we're going to do all of this. And that's what these people wanted to hear. But what the idea is to keep them occupied and salivating with we're winning, while actually pushing on this agenda of AI control. And if you remember, it was only 2 days into his presidency this time that he held a press conference in the White House with Larry Ellison, an AI tech billionaire, and Sam Altman, an AI tech billionaire, announcing an up to $500 billion investment into AI and AI data centers, etc. And at the same time, Musk was given this job of basically dismantling the government in so many areas. And what he was doing, first of all, was deleting agencies, a stream of them, that were investigating his companies. So they weren't anymore. But the idea is that you are dismantling government by firing loads and loads and loads of humans, because your plan is to run government with artificial intelligence. They run it all, basically. And so what you're now seeing is these agencies that have survived talking about moving to artificial intelligence to do the jobs that humans used to do. And this is the whole movement. Now, I've talked over the years about this, this technique, which you see over and over and over, which takes you from a more diverse and like devolution system to more and more and more centralization of power. If you look at the history of humans, it's been a constant centralization of power. We started off in tribes, and the people in the tribe decided what the tribe would do. Then loads of tribes were brought together into nations. Now a few people at the center of the nation are dictating to all the former tribes that form the nation. Then we had the European Union, where all these countries came together under centralized control. And the idea is to move to a situation where we have a global government that dictates to the entire planet from a central point. So you are looking for the constant centralization of power. And AI offers you the ability, actually from a central point eventually, to control everything globally through artificial intelligence.
Why do people buy into it so much, especially politics, David? Because if your vote mattered or created change, they wouldn't let you vote. And I've watched Trump as well, and people think he's a saviour, but he was all for lockdown. He was also friends with Jeffrey Epstein. And so why do people buy into it? Because I see all these people talking about freedom and supporting this, but they're buying into politics. You've called it for years, divide and conquer. It's the old-fashioned saying, but it's like, why are they buying into politics as if this person's going to save their life? For me,
Well,
can concentrate in your own life and do your own thing. So why do they buy into it so much? Is that again the sheep following the kind of lockdown scenario and following politics? And
see, the whole COVID lockdown situation and the mass situation, all of it, was a microcosm of the way the system works in general, the way people think in general. So if you are, if you feel kind of inadequate, if you feel powerless, then you look outside of yourself for what you think has power. And so people look to politicians. They look to authority in general.
for answers, is that just human state to then kind of be guided to be the sheep,
Yeah,
to look
well,
for a leader?
yeah,
Or is that conditioning and programming from schooling to always have someone to tell you what to do?
Yeah, this is the whole thing. I remember standing one day, looking out onto this massive field, and down the field from the distance came this massive flock of sheep, massive, and they were following the shepherd. And any that kind of got a bit out of hand, there weren't many, the sheepdog wrote, and they would come back into line. That's fear, right? Fear. So what that flock of sheep symbolized was humanity, whereby the great majority just follow the one in front, like the shepherd, authority, without question. Well, we do it every day. Oh, you know, you've got to conform, ain't you? And anyone that don't like it, I want to go over here, the sheepdog, fear, that's brought in there, that symbolizing the consequences of not doing what authority says. And yet, if you think about it, if those sheep, instead of conforming without question, followed their own uniqueness, and we're all expressions of the same consciousness ultimately, but we are unique expressions of it. What if the sheep said, oh, every day I walk down this bloody field following that bloke, I'm going over here today. Oh, no, I'm going over here, I'm going there, I'm going there. And then the sheepdog comes in, row. No, chill out, mate. Not falling for it. Don't fall for fear. Thank you very much. Not being intimidated. Thank you. What about the guy with a stick? What's he doing now? He's standing there looking at this flock of sheep going in all directions. He's got absolutely no control over them anymore. Why? Because they are not conforming and following the one in front without question. And they're not frightened into conforming by the sheepdog. And there is absolutely no way, mathematically, that 8 billion people can be controlled by this relative handful. Even, okay, you take the inner core of this cult, you take the cult, you take the law enforcement, which they bring from the enslaved population to police the enslaved population. Add the army to that. You're still looking at a tiny number of people compared with a population. There's no way they should have control, but they do because of these two things. Unquestioning obedience of authority and fearing not being obedient to authority. They're the two states of mind that allow tyrannies to happen. So what I was saying about this technique, which you see through history, if you have a status quo and it doesn't change, you ain't gonna replace it because it's there. It's going to stop any transformation taking place. So what you have to do is you're moving on through this constant sequence of centralization of power. Like I say, you had the tribes, then the nations, then the European Union and these trading blocs, etc. And what they want to go to is this eventually this world government scenario. And as you are centralizing power, with each centralization, you have to destroy the previous status quo. So wars are fantastic for destroying status quos. If you look at the world before World War One and after World War One, totally different. Then you look at the world before World War Two and afterwards, completely different. After World War Two, you had the United Nations, a global body. You had the Bretton Woods Agreement. You had the creation of the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and so on and so forth. Global institutions were starting to appear after the Second World War. And that's because the wars destroyed the previous status quo. So another one could take its place. And what we're looking at now in America with what's happening with the Trump regime and the tariffs and all of this stuff, we're looking at the previous status quo, global status quo now with the tariffs that's unfolding, being destroyed. That's what Musk is doing with this Doge organization, going into government, firing all these people and shutting these agencies down. He's destroying the status quo, just as the tariffs are destroying the status quo, because they can only bring this AI-controlled system into play once the previous status quo is gone. And so what we're looking at, although the so-called MAGA group that follow and worship Trump, they see it as we're winning, the deep state's being dismantled. No, it's not. You know what we're looking at? We're looking at the Great Reset. We're looking at Klaus Schwab's Great Reset. And how do you reset a society? You must first destroy the society that was there before, because then your Great Reset can transform it. And that's what we're seeing. That's what we're looking at. And the Great Reset is a transformation by destroying the present status quo to a situation where AI runs everything, and we have this AI-human fusion. So if we go back to that, I was talking about the design and manipulation, targeting certain mindsets. What you had with the left in politics, what you have is the hard sell of AI control, which will be gods, and it's the next stage of evolution. But you can't use that to get these people, because they're skeptical of it. So what you say, and this is what Musk positioned himself many years ago, because this cult plays the long game, as an AI skeptic. If you remember, he said AI could be the end of humanity. But what he's done ever since is roll out more and more AI and promote more and more AI, which makes no sense if he was telling the truth, which of course he isn't.
Do you think he always knew he was going to do this?
Oh, yeah.
Is he trying to put the implant in the brain? Is he trying to chip the brain?
Yeah. Well, yeah. But you know, his Neuralink is way back off the cutting edge. The chips they're putting in are nanochips put in through hypodermic needles in vaccination campaigns like the COVID vaccination. That's why they wanted it in everybody. One of the things about Musk is he's not so much cutting edge, because actually, if you break it down, he's not actually very bright, but despite the image. But he's a concept seller. So he's selling the concept of the chip. And he's giving you the impression that, you have to take a bit of the skull away to do it. Oh, well, who's going to have that? No, it's going in through the bloodstream. That's the way it's going in. So what he then said is, yeah, I'm worried about AI, but it's inevitable. It's inevitable. AI society is inevitable. It's inevitable that AI is going to get more and more intelligent, eventually get more intelligent than humans. So if humanity is going to survive, we must fuse with AI to compete with AI. Okay. So let me get this right. The hard sell of AI will be gods. And how will we be gods? Oh, we'll be gods because we'll fuse with AI. All right, okay. So you, Mr. Musk, you're the soft sell. Try to get this group. You're trying to convince them that it's inevitable. Nothing can be done to stop it. So we've got to, what do you say we've got to do? Well, we've got to fuse with AI, which is exactly what the other side's saying. So they're getting to the same end with a different means by targeting the target mentality in a different way. And this is the way it's happening. They are trying to bring, and it's working, bring the MAGA on board, the pushbackers as were on board with AI, by convincing them that it's inevitable, and so we've got to mitigate how it impacts upon us. And this is an important point. If you are trying to stop something, then you stop it, or you try to stop it. But if someone convinces you, again, it's all psychology, if someone convinces you that it's inevitable, it's not stoppable, then you move from stopping it to mitigating it. So you're already taking a step back. You're already weakening your stance, because now, well, it's going to happen. How do we make the best of it? And that's what he's doing on this side with the pushbackers, but it's not necessarily on the left side overwhelmingly, because they're just going with it anyway because it's the next stage of human evolution.
What happens to humanity?
But the outcome is the same.
What happens to humanity then if majority get microchipped?
Okay, so well, they're getting them anyway because it's going in through the jab, right?
So do you believe
it's going in through the jab, the nanotechnology? If you look at the really blown up electron microscope views of the blood of vaccinated people, not only vaccinated people, tested people as well, up the nose, you can see nano technology forming systems within the blood. It's extraordinary to watch. And when they spin the video very, very, very fast over what was a long period of recording, you actually see them doing it. It's an extraordinary thing. And so, I mean, you know, how many people realize that those that had the full-blown jab, not everybody did, but because, you know, enough people have died already without giving it full-blown to everybody. There were so many people would have been keeling over. They wouldn't have been able to cover it up. But how many know that those that had the full-blown jab have now got a Bluetooth code in the body? I've watched experiments, and a close friend of mine has just carried one out And what they did was go out into the countryside. All these experiments did the same, basically. They went out in the countryside, and where there was no Bluetooth code, they had people not bring phones and all that stuff that could produce a code. And they got these computers, and they had people walk a long distance, considerable distance, towards the people with the computers. And those that were vaccinated, ping, there's a Bluetooth code. Those that weren't vaccinated, no Bluetooth code. And this has been done in Mexico. Like I say, it was done actually just a few days ago in Britain. And it's been done elsewhere, and they've found exactly the same thing. It's a code. And what comes on the screen, you know, when you're like a Bluetooth thing, a code comes on the screen. When these people, without any phones or any Bluetooth stuff at all, that have been vaccinated, when they come into this field where it can be picked up, ping, they have a code. A code comes up. And it's a code that basically says unknown, because it's a human. And there was a remarkable piece of footage that I watched actually last night, where a guy goes into a cemetery in Mexico with the computer, and these codes are going off, right? And some codes weren't going off. What he looked at was graves of people who died in 2020 or 2021 or 2022, and these codes were going off. And the research they did do confirmed that the people had been jabbed.
No way.
Right. So, that code is just part of it.
So what, is it in their bones or whatever? What's that? Just
What it means, first of all, it means people can be tracked. It means people are basically tagged. But it's more than that. You've got nanotechnology in the body. Okay, let's look at this. What they've been working towards, and I've written about this at length decades back that this was coming, is they want to create a human hive mind. Where, as I keep saying, control of perception is the conspiracy. They want a situation in which everybody can be delivered perceptions via AI from a central point, ultimately. And to do that, you need two things. You need something to deliver the information, the perceptions of the hive mind, and you need within the body something to receive it. So this stuff that's been not just put in through the COVID vax, but I mean they're turning other vaccinations into the same type now, and it's coming in from other sources as well, and they are building these systems in the body, and one of their functions is receiving this hive mind information, perceptual information. So now they need a delivery system, and that system is the technologically generated electromagnetic field, ultimately encompassing the entire planet, which is being delivered from towers in the cities and the towns through 5G towers, etc. And if you remember, during COVID, they said only essential work is going to be allowed. And then when people walked out after lockdown, there were these bloody towers they'd never seen before. Essential work was apparently putting 5G towers up. But you're not going to cover the planet with towers. In urban areas, you can do it, but not the planet. What you need is low orbit satellites generating this electromagnetic field through which this wave field information is delivered, the hive mind, which is then received by the systems that have been created in the body. And who's the leader in putting up low orbit satellites? Thousands of them already. Elon Musk and SpaceX through the Starlink system. Now we're having Jeff Bezos with another system called the Kuiper system, I think it's called, who's now putting thousands of, or starting to put thousands of these things in orbit. And the astronomy community was complaining very early on that the night sky was changing because of all these bloody satellites, low orbit satellites. But what they want in the end is tens of thousands of these things that are not only surveilling satellites, but are generating this electromagnetic field. And this hive mind is to deliver the information through the field, the form of waves, picked up by the technology in the body, which will get into the brain. This is already happening. And if you've got technology in the brain and the body that is a superconductor of electricity that amplifies electromagnetic fields so they're more powerful in their impact, and that's what's in the fake vaccines, then how does the brain process information? It does it electrically. How does it communicate with the rest of the body? It does it electrically. So if you can get into that electrical information processing system, the brain, body, then you can rewire perception and rewire the way people think, or even if they think.
So basically we'll become robots?
Well, that's exactly the idea, automatons. And let's just look at this the bigger picture for a second of this. I said earlier that we are consciousness. We are a state of awareness. Ultimately, we are expanded awareness way, way beyond this simulation. The idea all along, and because this goes into other dimensions of reality as well, it's not just this cult. The cult is just what represents that force in other dimensions within our realm we call human. And maybe we could link that to the satanic rituals and all that stuff, which I can easily do as we go along. So if you are in the body, experiencing through the body and experiencing the perceptions of the world, if you are connected to expanded levels of awareness, then you are going to perceive what's happening in the world, who you are, where you are, what's the meaning of events. You're going to perceive those from that expanded state of awareness. In other words, you're going to suss it. It's going to be an open book to you because you're going to be able to see what's happening. So the idea has been to disconnect the influence of expanded levels of consciousness on the human mind. And one of the key ways they do that is to focus your attention. If they can focus your attention on this world alone, then you are by definition disconnecting from expanded states of awareness because your attention is so focused. And they want your attention focused on the realm only of the five senses. So, okay, so if I look around the room now, in a expanded sense, I can see the wall, I can see that wall, I can see that wall, I can see the lights, I can see the floor, I can see everything, right? Now I focus my attention here. Focus my attention on the finger there. The rest of the room has disappeared because my attention is only on that. And that symbolically is what they're trying to do all the time. They want you to identify who you are by your name, your body, your race, your religion, your background, your place of birth. They want you to perceive that is who you are. That's the I. It's not. That is what your consciousness is experiencing. That's all it is. Experiencing it very, very briefly. Because once this ceases to function, what we call death, your consciousness is released. And this experience is over. So you're in another reality now.
So
this is gone.
Microchipped, you're basically dead because you're not in control.
Yeah, but well, your body, death is simply the vehicle ceasing to function. Our consciousness is eternal; it goes on. But if they can, what they're basically selling us is this: that we are. This is mainstream Orthodox science. Passes for it. We are a cosmic accident of evolution. Started off in some primordial soup, and then suddenly there was this big bang, and it suddenly miraculously created everything. No one explains how, but that's how it's what happened. Basically, we came here accidentally. Consciousness is only the brain. There's nothing, no consciousness outside the brain. They can't find consciousness in the brain, but that's a detail. So when you die, you're dead. It's over. Or, for those that won't buy that, that you are subordinate to some judgmental God who loves you so much he'll send you to hell if you don't do what he says. And how do I know what he says at once? Oh, well, we've got these blokes in frocks to tell you. Doesn't matter if it's the Islamic religion or the Jewish religion or the Christian religion or any bloody religion. Someone in a frock will tell you what he wants, okay? So you do what he says and what he says, who says he says, and you'll be fine. In other words, conform to the religious belief system. And, what you see so clearly is these religious belief systems are completely and utterly indoctrinated and have nothing to do with free choice. And you can tell that by the fact that if you are born into a Hindu family or a Muslim family or a Christian family in the southern states of America, you are almost certainly going to turn out to be a Muslim, a Christian, or a Hindu. And of the 8 billion people on the planet, apparently about 5.4 billion, never mind all the other religions, are either a Christian, a Muslim, or a Hindu. And so you're not making a free choice. You are being indoctrinated into a certain belief system. And that is very, very powerful in this sense. Once you have a belief system, this is why, the idea that these hijackers of the alternative media are supporting Trump and the so-called right. Once you have a belief system and you pick a side, whether it's a religious side or a political side, you're already dead. You're out of the water. Why? Because once you have a belief system that's immovable, there's vast areas of research exploration where you will not go. You won't go there, because if you go there, then if it turns out to be valid, your belief system is under threat. So you don't go there. It's like a Christian researching reincarnation. Okay? If reincarnation is true, I say it is, then, but not in the way that other people tend to think, then Christianity that's gone, because that says there is none. And so there's these vast areas of exploration, of potential understanding and insight that you won't go once you have a rigid belief system of any kind that you want to defend without question. So what you have with religion is they seem to be different. First of all, they call Christianity and Judaism and Islam the Abrahamic religions, because they do have very, very big common themes, not least where they apparently came out of. But they appear to be different to a much greater extent than people realize. They're not, but they seem to be. But in this way, they're exactly the same. If you are a Christian, okay, what does that mean? Well, it means I worship God. Okay, fine. And what do you do to do that? I go to a church. Right, okay. And what happens there? Well, this bloke tells me, sometimes a woman now, but mostly blokes, he tells me what God wants me to do. And he reads me from a book that tells me what God wants. You mean like the Old Testament, where there's a bloodthirsty tyrant of a God? That one. Yeah, he loves you, right? Yeah. And then you look at the Judaism. And it's okay, what do you do? I follow Judaism. Okay, what does that mean? Well, I go to a synagogue. Yeah, okay, what happens there? Oh, you worship God as well, right? Yeah. Okay. But you go to a synagogue. What happens there? Well, this bloke tells me what he wants and reads me from this book that tells me what he wants. Okay, well, right. Sounds a lot like them. So what are you? Oh, I'm a Muslim. Okay. What does that mean? Well, it means I worship God. Yeah, okay. And where do you do that? I do it in a mosque. And what happens there? Well, this bloke tells me what he wants and reads me from a book that tells me what he wants. He interprets it the way that suits him. And so what is that? I've described, James, how people are controlled by subordination to authority, either without question or through fear of not obeying authority. They look up to other people. They're down here, and they're looking up at the experts to tell me what to think. What is religion? It's being subordinate to a God who dictates the way you should live your life, with massive contradictions, by the way. And you've got to follow what you're told, that 5 times a day, if you're a Muslim, wherever you are in the world, you have to get on your knees and face Mecca. Why does God want that? I don't know, he does. The whole thing is mind control. I've been saying since the 1990s, writing too in the books, that the religions are the greatest form of mind control ever invented, because they focus your attention on a certain version of reality, a certain version of you, and they shut out all other possibilities. Gotcha. Exactly where they want you. So what they want you to do is go into that subordination mode. Now, when you go into a subordination mode and you go into a sense of what is that, its limitation, then you are focusing your attention upon your belief system, and you are disconnecting the influence of expanded levels of consciousness. Just as if you buy the idea that you are just a cosmic accident of evolution, and when you die, you're dead, well, why are you going to be influenced by expanded levels of consciousness when you think there ain't any? Your consciousness is in the brain, isn't it? That's all it is. It's all limitation. It's all limitation of sense of self, limitation of sense of reality.
See these people in cults, David, who want the control to microchip people, to poison their foods, to give them vaccines, to keep them entertained, and follow religions to then have certain beliefs and see the world differently. Why do they do it? Why are they doing it? What is their purpose of it all?
Yeah,
to have complete control.
Well, I can get into that. I can get into that big picture. Just 1 second. I just want to follow one thing through. Why they want AI connected to the human brain. There are many reasons. This is a key one. We still have the ability to awaken to expanded levels of consciousness. People do it. And as you expand your awareness, and you do that by expanding your sense of self, you go from self-identifying with the labels of a human body, the labels of a human life, the I am R's, I call them. I am a man, I am a woman, I am this religion, this race, this color, this income bracket, I am R's. When you see yourself instead to be at your core a state of awareness, a formless state of being aware that can expand itself into the infinite field of consciousness and ultimately become infinity itself. Notice, if you say you're an aspect of God or an expression of God, what people use the word God, that's blasphemous. That's blasphemy. Blasphemer. Why? Because you are expanding your awareness of the true nature and infinite nature of who we are. They want you subordinate to something you perceive is greater than you, when you are a part of that. But your perception has been so manipulated that you are not expressing what you really are. You're expressing the illusion that you are manipulated to believe in. So what they want to do in AI is, by connecting you to artificial intelligence and getting your thoughts and your emotional responses from artificial intelligence, ultimately through this hive mind, you're not even going to question again who you are or where you are, or whether you are part of a greater awareness or not. Because AI will not feed you that knowledge. It won't feed you that questioning awareness. You'll just become an automaton following what it feeds you. This guy, Ray Kurzweil at Google, is said to be a futurist. Bill Gates loves him. One of the greatest minds on AI in the world, according to Gates. He has said some time ago, and this is very significant in terms of the year. He said some time ago that by the year 2030, we'll be connected to artificial intelligence. And he said that once that connection is made, it's being made now, artificial intelligence will do more and more of human thinking until human thinking is basically negligible. In other words, deleted. And interestingly, I was reading some stuff about the AI hive mind technology of China yesterday. And it's interesting. They put the year 2030 in there as a goal year. And I've been reading over the months about Russia's AI agenda. 2030 comes up again. So we are in the period now, early 2025 as we speak, of moving ever more quickly towards that goal. And the idea is that you are so controlled by artificial intelligence, you do not expand into be influenced by your expanded awareness, because you'll never even think of the possibility. Now, why? What are they doing? I've been doing this a long time, 35 years, just going into the 36th. And that has been necessary because to understand what's happening in the world and how it works, we've got to research so many different subjects. It's unbelievable. It's no good just researching, Trump or Harris or whatever, because you're basically poking around in the littlest picture. You've got to start going into areas of reality. What is reality? What's controlling reality? What is this place? Whatever. And when you do that and you keep asking this question, James, okay, this is what I seem to know now. What don't I know? You're driving down the rabbit hole all the time. And I look at the alternative media and a lot of the new people that come in, and good luck to them, more the merrier in that sense. But if you then stop asking that question, what don't I know? And you don't have a mind that's open enough to go into places that are far out, because when you're kept here in your perception, everything's far out outside of that. I won't do that. I want to know what's going on. And if you don't like it, you're mad. Well, fine, talk me mad. I'm not bothered. But I'm going there because I want to know. And what you do is you find yourself researching and reading and seeing and experiencing things that start to paint a picture that's much vaster than you could ever conceive before. So I came across some writings by what are called Gnostic people. And overwhelmingly, these were found when a Egyptian peasant guy found this earthen jar in 1945 at a place called Nagamadi, about 75 miles north of Luxor in Egypt. And he didn't know what he found inside, and it took some time, and some of them were destroyed, but eventually they fell into the hands of people that could see what they were. And they were documents, texts, describing the belief systems of a group of people known as Gnostics. Gnosis means knowledge, but it doesn't mean, knowledge of everyday things. Gnosis means spiritual knowledge, knowledge about reality, in effect. And this Gnostic belief system had been targeted over and over by the Roman Church, because what they were saying was at odds with the Roman Church version of events and the biblical version of events. There were some similarities, there are similarities, but there are big, big things that are different. And the end of the Gnostics was thought to be the Roman Catholic siege of the castle of Montségur in southern France in 1244, I think it was. And they were basically burned at the stake, And it seems that, that kind of knowledge was lost. And then this fine came in 1945. And what these texts described was a belief system which is being more and more confirmed by modern day science, that this world was not created by what the Bible calls God. It was created by what the Bible calls Satan as a means of human control. And that it is basically what the Gnostics called a bad copy of prime reality. Reality as exists outside the simulation. They created, in effect, a frequency digital copy of part of what you would call prime reality. And it's a bad copy in the sense that it's not the same, but it's a great way of controlling consciousness by making it perceive that this is all real when it's actually not. It's a trap. And so this force created the human body, which is a biological computer to interact with the simulation in the way I've described, to decode it in effect. And the whole central purpose is to so control perception and keep it on a low vibrational level. It was way back in the 1950s that they started to realize, well, people realized it long before that, but I mean in the modern world, that every time we think and every time we feel emotion, we're actually generating a frequency. And that frequency relates to the nature of the thought and the nature of the emotion. And things like hate, depression, fear, anxiety, regret, revenge, all these things, they are low vibrational frequencies. And, when people are in a state of kind of depression or they're down or whatever, they say things like, "Oh, I feel so heavy today." That's because the frequencies that they are generating from their perceptual state are low, slow frequencies. And their energetic field, which surrounds the body, is vibrating slowly, and it feels heavy. And then when you're in a state of joy and happiness and all these high emotions, people say, I feel so light today. That's because those things like love, appreciation, respect, happiness, all these things are high frequencies, high fast frequencies, and they make your energetic field vibrate quickly, and thus you feel light. And this force that is behind the simulation, which the Gnostic writings call archons, although that's one name, but you look at any culture around the world, you'll see the same phenomenon, but they just use a different name. They feed off low vibrational human energy. We are their energetic source. But we have to generate energy of a particular frequency which matches theirs. If you've got two frequencies, they'll pass through the same space without affecting each other because they're on different wavelengths. What we've got to do is generate energy on the wavelength they can absorb. And that's low vibrational emotion, low vibrational thought. And so they have no interest in a world of love, a world of joy, a world of abundance, a world of infinite potential, because if you're in the modes they reflect, you're not giving them lunch. you have to be in a low vibrational state. And if you've traveled around the world, you realize how many of the 8 billion are not having a good time. They're just trying to survive another bloody day. And you've got, even in the Western world, you've got the anxiety of making the rent, of putting food on the table and all this stuff. And all these anxieties, you know, you have a war. You have a war. That's a global banquet of low vibrational energy. Not just the people in the different sides fighting the war, but people at home wondering if their loved one is going to come home or not. It's generating vast amounts of this low vibrational energy. And these people, these entities, are feeding off it. So when in the Matrix movie, Morpheus held up a battery and said, the Matrix is a computer-generated dream world designed to turn humans into one of these. A battery. That was a really profound statement within apparently a fictional movie. So we are generating energy, and the circumstances are created, and this cult works. It's why there's so many wars, there's so much deprivation, there's so much suffering. It's because it needs to be there, so we generate this low vibrational energy which they can absorb. And so then you look at another aspect of this which connects into it. When I was researching this, and all this stuff that's coming out now, they're saying, oh, it's this and that and the other, this is how the deep state works. I was researching that in the early 1990s, right? And I realized that I did a lot of research in America, spent a lot of time there, talking to nobody at the time, by the way. The more chairs than people for years and years and years and years. Oh yeah, I remember going to Devizes in Wiltshire, and putting the chairs out. About 15 people came, empty chairs. I talked to all night. Put the chairs back. Left poorer than when I arrived, and people were saying, "Where's the money going?" I loved it. It's just hilarious. But anyway. I was traveling around America and looking at this whole situation, and I started to realize that these people that were, you know, major players in this cult, they were taking part in satanic bloody rituals, right? And you go, why? What's the connection between the this elite and these satanic rituals? And then you go, well, hold on a minute. And I mean human sacrifice rituals, by the way, not least of kids. What about the ancients? They were doing rituals and sacrifices to the gods. And you look around the world and you start to see that, realize they are actually the rituals in the different cultures of the different eras of what we call history. They were doing human sacrifice rituals, gifts to the gods, not least of young virgins, brackets, children, to the same bloody gods. They just called them different names in different cultures, right? So if you look around the world, you look at Christianity. It talks about a figure they call Satan or the devil, who is served by the demons, these entities. Then you look at Islam, and they talk about a figure called Shaitan, Iblis too, but Shaitan. and the jinn. Then you look at the Gnostics. They talk about a satanic Satan figure they call Yaldabaoth, and the archons, which means is Greek for rulers, which is why they came up with the word archons. And then I researched in different parts of the world, like South Africa, and a wonderful man called Credo Mutwa, a Zulu shaman, died in his 90s. And they talk about the same basic story. And what I'm looking for, James, when I'm researching, is I'm looking for common patterns. I'm looking at recurring patterns. You can see the differences, okay, but what do they frickin' agree on? What do all these different belief systems, which would disagree on lots of things, what do they actually agree on? And I tell you what they all agree on. That there is a force in the hidden, and if we go back to visible light, virtually everything to human sight is hidden, that is manipulating human society. That is a common theme you find all over the place, because it's true. And the Gnostics were aware of that as well. So what you have is these entities in the what's called the lower astral dimension, which is actually not up there like a chest of drawers. It interpenetrates this one, like wavelengths. And they're feeding off low vibrational human energy in general. But these rituals are focused gifts to the gods of this energy. So what they're doing, and what has been happening openly in the ancient world, now secretly with these rituals involving the rich and famous, is they are, because they were saying that these rituals were gifts to the gods, and I'm thinking, well, what does the bloody gods get out of it then? Well, it's energy, because they'll bring the sacrifice in, and the rituals are conducted, and the rituals are pretty much the same now as they were in the ancient world because of the energetic impact of the way they do it. And they build the ritual up, and what they're doing is building terror in the victim. They want to build that up. And what's happening is where you have the ritual being conducted by people in this reality, the world of visible light. And then just beyond it, you have these entities that are feeding off the terror coming off the victim. That's the gift to the gods. Now, I said earlier that every time we think and feel emotion, we're giving off a frequency that relates to that emotion or that thought. Okay. So if I'm feeling emotional now, and I'm thinking this now, then I'm giving off frequencies, right? You can't see them. You can see my body language. You can see my body language that relates to how I'm feeling. You can't see the energy. Why? Because that energy is going into this astral dimension. And that's where these entities are. And they're feeding off it. And what happens in the end in these rituals, I've talked to so many people who've taken part in them, often against their will, not always, have seen the bloody light, that describe very common themes of what goes on in these rituals, including in some of the more extreme ones, and he'd quote elite ones, where entities from another dimension actually manifest in the ritual, often looking hideous, often reptilian in nature, funnily enough. I think somebody mentioned that at some point. So, because that's one of it's not the only form, nothing like, but one of the prime forms of these entities in this astral dimension is reptilian. And so what happens eventually is the terror releases an adrenaline into the blood.
Is that adrenochrome?
Yeah. Yeah. And what happens is these Satanists in this reality, then drink the adrenaline infused blood, and it gives them a high. It's like a big drug to them. But what the entities in the astral dimension get is the energy of terror coming off the victim. And so if you look at all the terrible things that happen in the world in terms of murder, of what's happening in Gaza, imagine the low vibrational energy that's being unleashed out of Gaza, a tiny little strip of land alone, since October the 7th. Because it's not just the energy that's coming off the people under the bombs and the people who've lost their children and their loved ones and feel the grief ongoing and is generating this energy. It's also the energy coming off the people dropping the bombs.
Also the news, social media.
Yeah, well, social media is an absolute, Twitter X.
That's a shit show.
Oh my God!
I have to delete that app sometimes.
It's unbelievable. The energy that's infused into that, and all this energy is being absorbed by these entities.
Same as Congo, but see, David, because I think they say there's over 10,000 wars since the start of time, but if all soldiers, if you don't sign up to be a soldier, if you put your gun down, there's no wars. But again, is that the manipulation to freedom and fighting for your country and patriotic? Because you're fighting for the leaders who are in suits who are then calling the shots, like you say, low entities, low vibrational people, to then go and do their dirty work. Like, how do people waking up then to go, why am I fighting for these people? And why? Because all human beings are human beings. You've spoke about it before. No matter if you're blue, white, black, white, green, pink, it doesn't matter. We're all the same. We all bleed the same. But yet, certain divide make us hate each other and think it's okay to go and kill other people.
Well, I remember seeing a documentary done by a Jewish guy living in Israel. I saw it on the internet. Whether it's still there, I don't know. I saw it a long time ago. And he did this documentary. He was an awake Jewish guy who'd seen what was happening. And it was a documentary about how, from birth, Jewish people are indoctrinated, not just to hate Palestinians, although many don't fall for that, by the way, but also to fear that the world is trying to kill them and destroy them. And I remember seeing a girl being interviewed, and she said, "We know the world hates us," right? Well, darling, I don't hate you. I don't agree with what your government's doing, and I'll challenge it, but I don't hate you. What you hate, you become. That's the point. And they want us to hate anyway, because it's what has become known in this arena as loosh, this energy, loosh, which we give off, which they feed off. And then you'll have people, again, Muslims from their own experience of being under the bombs, who will hate Jewish people. So there's a massive divide immediately. And then let's analyze a war. You have the vast majority of people in uniform who are treated like, what Henry Kissinger called them, dumb, stupid animals to be used in foreign policy, basically. You look at some of the places on the barracks where the British soldier families live. They're shite. And then some bloke in a suit in Downing Street or Washington, never seen a gun fired in anger in their bloody life, then send these young people off to fight wars. Tony Blair, we will not allow this to happen. We will stand firm. Mate, you will be sipping coffee in fricking Downing Street while the kids you send to war are going to be dying and killing others. So, on the other side, you have another authority who tells their soldiers, troops, conscripted people, that they're going to fight this group. So now they fight each other. And the people that have set it up, manipulated it, made it happen, ordered it, sip bloody coffee. And, you know, there's an extraordinary scene which captures it. Was it Christmas Day in the trenches, the First World War, where they had a ceasefire.
Played football.
And they played football in no man's land between the trenches. And the next day, they started shooting and trying to kill each other again. Why? Because some authority in a frickin' suit miles from the battlefield, sometimes often on the other side of the world, tells them they have to. And while we go on doing that, nothing will change. While we go on looking to authority to tell us what to think and tell us what to do, while we go on obeying authority just because it tells us what to do, whatever that authority ultimately this non-human force wants is going to happen. Which is why when you look through history, the few have always controlled the many, because the many have always acquiesced to the demands of the few. And you know, people say to me, what's the solution? You never have solutions. Well, actually, my books are full of solutions. The problem is, it's not the solutions you want to hear, because actually, it's not someone else that has to do it for you, because that's the solution you want, right? Oh, yeah. It's you got to do it. You got to grow a pair, you got to grow a backbone, and you're going to have to say, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not having it. That's the only way, because what they're trying to do is this. We have, if we just take it, we have enormous power, especially when we expand our awareness and we access power beyond this reality. Enormous power to influence events and to influence our lives, especially collectively. That's their worst nightmare. Because let's forget the fact immediately that these people, even this non-human force, is all-powerful. It ain't. It depends on us for its energetic sustenance. So there's the dynamic for a start. We don't depend on it. It depends on us. And it has to keep us in a certain state of consciousness, awareness, loosh production that it can feed off. It doesn't want us in happiness. It doesn't want us in joy. It doesn't want us in any of these high vibrational states. So we are the ones with the power. What they have to do is to convince us we don't, to convince us that they have the power. So they've set up this hierarchy of authority, ultimately controlled by this cult, to convince us that the power is external to us. It's with the experts, it's with authority. And as a result of that, we are constantly giving our power away, ultimately to it, the non-human force. And so you look at the situation with wars, and you look at the situation with authority, and for a long time, you had a situation where control was done by royal inheritance all over the world. You had royalty. And you had the next level of control, or the next stage of control, was decided by who had sex with who in what order, right? There came a point where humans reached a level of maturity where they weren't having that anymore. I mean, we've still got one in Britain, for goodness sake, but there we go. They weren't having that anymore. So this cult had a problem. It somehow had to find another way of getting us, if we come together in unity, unstoppable, to give our power away and to break up into warring factions. So they came up with politics. And what you have with politics is, say you've got a two-party state like in America. You got the Democrats and you got the Republicans, right? And they're both parties are pyramids. You got the tiny few at the top that run the parties, and you got more and more and more and more in the party, the lower and lower you go. And those at the top set the parameters of the party. So if you want to run for parliament, you pick your party, and then you go to the local constituency hierarchy, and you have to convince them that you are the one to represent them and to run for election to parliament. And you do that by telling them what they want to hear. And what they want to hear is what the top of the party has told them they want to hear. So you have to conform to get elected, to get selected before you get elected. Say you get elected, you go into parliament and you want to go up the party to minister or whatever. Well, to do that, you've got to conform. And you've got to conform to what the top of the hierarchy is telling you need to conform to. And once you get to the upper levels of what we call government, you are conforming completely to the agenda. The point is, you still seem to have two parties, a choice, until you go the next stage. You go one step into the shadows, and the strings controlling this party and this party are held by the same hand. And so it doesn't matter if you vote for party A or party B, they still get in. But the only thing that's really different, if you look at it, is the rhetoric. The direction goes on being the same. So you've got political choice now. You can vote for them or you can vote for them. You're in control. It's called democracy. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, it's better than that monarch. Oh, really? Well, only slightly, because, okay, you vote for party A. Yeah, I'm voting for them. They've told me what I want to hear. So, yeah, I'm having them. And they get into government. And they never said they'd do this. They're doing the opposite to what they said. I wouldn't have voted for them if I'd known. So, next election. I'm voting for them now, party B. Oh, yeah, because they've told me what I want to hear. And what they've told me I want to hear is they're not very good. They are, and I know that because what they did to me. And they get into government. And you go, well, they never told me that when they told me what I wanted to hear. They're doing the opposite now. I'm going to get rid of them at the next election. How are you going to do that? I'm going to vote for them. What? Do you know, I was in Ukraine, I think it was about 2010, and the leader in Ukraine was, what was his called? Yanovich, something like that. And he had been thrown out of office in the Orange Revolution. I think it was 2004, right? And he was thrown out. He'd been elected, but they said he'd been elected, and they threw him out in a revolution, in a rebellion. And they put another guy in. Yes, people power. Well, they didn't like the other guy, eventually. So to get rid of him, they had to vote for the other party, which was led by who still? The guy they threw out in the revolution. The guy eventually that got thrown out and now in exile in Russia later. But the whole thing is ridiculous. People perceive it as choice. So what's happened in America is Trump has told the MAGA pushbacker mentality that was what it wants to hear. And because they knew that mentality would not buy propaganda from the mainstream media, which it's come to despise and have contempt for, the source of information to get the MAGA was the infiltration of the alternative media. Because the MAGA had started to get its information from the alternative media up to COVID. And so they had much more trust in the alternative media, no trust in the mainstream media. So forget that as a means of getting to them. Or you'll get to the left that way, you won't get to them. And so they bring in all these different people into the alternative media that weren't there before, many of whom bought the COVID hoax and then became go-to people on COVID. And they've taken it over. And what they've done is, and you see this all the time, you know. I mean, I see Alex Jones. I've known Alex Jones a long time. I've only met him once, but I've known him a long time, and I've been on his show quite a lot over the years. But it's extraordinary now when I'm seeing this guy who once talked about the one-party state, saying the deep state is the Democrats. What these people have done is take the awareness that it's a one-party state, two wings on the same bird, and I'm talking about all the bloody ones, all the countries, and they've regressed it back into the puppet show of left and right. So all these people that have come into the alternative media since COVID, I watched it happen, have been overwhelmingly Trump supporters pushing Trump to get elected. Okay, now look what he's done since he's been in office. He's created bloody mayhem. And lots of people that voted for him have taken the consequences of the mayhem. And he's the peacemaker president. And he told people what they wanted to hear in this election campaign, that he was the peacemaker president and he was going to stop wars and he was not going to do this and not going to do that. As we speak, he's bombed Yemen, he's bombed Somalia, he's supplying the weapons to bomb Gaza.
Iran as well.
Yeah.
Iran.
He's threatening Iran. He's threatening countries like Greenland. He's threatening Canada in terms of absorbing them into the 51st state, threatening Panama, threatening Mexico, and saying that the Palestinians need to be moved out of Gaza to other countries, and they're going to take it over and turn it into a bloody Mediterranean resort. Now, none of this was spoken about in the election campaign, which got him elected. And now he's doing so much that he said he wouldn't do. And that's how it works, because the MAGA to Trump and people like Musk and these other people are simply vote fodder. That's all you are, ladies and gentlemen, to these parties. You're voting fodder to get them into office, and then they do as they bloody like. And I have to bloody smile, to be honest, when I see people in the alternative media who are now moaning that Trump is supporting Israel and supporting what's happening in Gaza and giving Israel everything it wants. Netanyahu's running the country and all that stuff in terms of America. And you sit there and you go, but you supported him. You were campaigning for him. You were urging people to vote for him. And it would have taken a smear of research to know that he is owned by Israel and has been all along. In his first term, he was given $100 million. When he went for the second election, he got another $100 million. But that first term, he got $100 million from a guy called Sheldon Adelson, who is no longer with us. But when he was a casino magnate. He was so extreme Zionist, it's unbelievable. And part of that deal of giving Trump that money was that in office, Trump would move the American embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, and that he would recognize the Golan Heights as Israeli land instead of Syrian land, which it was. And he did both. And there's even a location now in the Golan Heights called Trump Heights, I think they call it, in commemoration of that. Now, this time around, he was given another $100 million, and then some, I'm sure, by the surviving wife of Sheldon Adelson, Miriam Adelson. And part of that deal is that Trump will, at some point in the presidency, recognize the whole of the land they call Israel as Israeli land, and will support the annexation of what is occupied land in the West Bank as Israeli land. And what's happening in Gaza is all part of this move, this process. And this deal with Miriam Adelson has been confirmed by the Haaretz newspaper in Israel and by another Israeli publication called The Forward and what have you. And at some point in his presidency, he will support the annexation of the West Bank. And I then look at these alternative media people, some of which have been around in this arena, knowingly in this arena for 5 minutes. And they're saying, oh, it's terrible, Israel's running the American government. What? It was bloody obvious. They were running it before. They were running it under Biden. They were running it under Obama. They were running it under Bush, father and son, Clinton, because of the way it operates within this cult. But now it's like, oh, yeah, well, I'm calling him out now. No, you misled people to think that he was something that he was never going to be. And so now you've got two types of alternative, and I'm talking in this inner core that gets all the algorithmic support and all the funding. Those that are doubling down, like Alex Jones, doubling down all the time on Trump can do no wrong, Musk can do no wrong. And then you've got others that are saying, oh, well, I'm seeing the way it's going, and if I'm going to retain my credibility, I've got to start criticizing. Yeah, you're criticizing, mate, after it's a fait accompli. After you've got him over the line and put him in the office, in the power to do what he's doing, now you're calling him out. It's not what you say, mate. It's when you frickin' say it. And some of us were calling Trump out way back in 2015 when he was running for the presidency the first time. He's a con man. He's a complete con man. And if he ever told the truth, he would genetically implode from the shock. This is what we're dealing with. And it's the same with Musk. I mean, you look at Musk and what he's told shareholders over the years at Tesla and what have you, to build the price up. Oh, yeah, Elon, he says this car's going to come out and he's going to do this, he's going to do that. Oh, I'm investing in Tesla. Share price goes up, which has been actually the Tesla share price has been the whole basis of his so-called richest man in the world, which he's not. But he never delivered. And so when the share price came down again, he made more promises, never delivered on them. And he's a liar. That's what they do. And around the Trump regime is a network of AI billionaires who are orchestrating this AI takeover of the American government, yes, but it's happening all around the world. People like...
Do you think Telsa as well? Because they can push a button to stop your card dead. Do you think that's another form of control?
Oh, of course it is. I'll come to that in a second because it's a very interesting point. But you've got this guy, Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is a billionaire investor, and he's got some interesting companies and background. First of all, he's a mate of Musk. Another mate of Musk and a mate of Thiel is called David Sachs. They are part of what is called the PayPal mafia. David Sachs has just been named by Trump as his AI and crypto czar because he's going to run this AI policy I'm talking about. And Peter Thiel, with CIA money, by the way, started a company called Palantir. And Palantir, which is really a CIA company, supplies the intelligence networks and the military with surveillance technology and data processing technology, which leads to surveillance. There's an organization, what they call a globalist organization. It wants this world government structure, called the Bilderberg Group, started in the Bilderberg Hotel in Oosterbeek, Holland in 1954. Peter Thiel is on the steering committee of the Bilderberg Group. He's co-founder of Palantir. Alex Karp is on the steering committee of the Bilderberg Group. But Thiel's political protege, whose political career he has funded from the start, presents himself to the public as an anti-globalist, and it's a bloke called J.D. Vance, who's currently vice president. And when you connect the dots from Peter Thiel into all these other billionaires and organizations, the whole Trump regime is being orchestrated by these people. And Trump is simply a frontman. And what he is now, unless there is some real jiggery-pokery to get him a third term, though there's, I wouldn't be surprised if J.D. Vance ends up with the presidency at some point, given his support by this group, covertly and overtly. But Trump has not got to win another election. He's not got to keep his base happy any longer. He'll throw them some crumbs to keep them salivating, but he hasn't got to win another election. And second terms are always very dangerous for that reason, because then the real stuff comes out. Because if you bring the real stuff out in term one, you ain't probably going to get a term two. The real stuff's coming out now. Netanyahu, I know this from researching this stuff. I think you've read the book, one of the books I did on it called The Trigger. Mm-hmm. Netanyahu has wanted to go to war with Iran since way, way, way back, like early 1990s, and now his gopher in the White House is he's started to threaten Iran, and we're in some very interesting times. But what is the big picture of what's going on? We come back to the status quo. If you want a new status quo, you have to destroy the old one. So what Trump is doing, what Musk has been doing, is destroy the status quo so the new one could take its place. And that new one is controlled by AI and human AI fusion. And that's what you're going to see we're moving towards. And I mentioned about this hive mind and how this information to everyone will be channeled through waves, through the electromagnetic field, electromagnetic waves, and be picked up in the body and processed into I'm thinking this, I perceive this. No, you don't. You're being told what to perceive. I was reading some stuff yesterday again about the state of play in China. And I've said over the years, going a long way back, if you want to see what's planned for the West tomorrow, look at China today. Because that Mao revolution was actually a cult revolution. And it was a revolution designed to create a closed society, as it was for a very long time, still is to an extent, that was ruled tyrannically, so that what a few people said, Mao really, for a long time, happened. And what this meant was that you could transform that society quicker than going through the democratic process of debate. Not that we have much of that anymore. And what they were seeking to do, and they've done, is to incubate a method of mass control, which, when perfected, could be played out across the world. Because this cult has no borders, therefore human consumption only. It doesn't have borders. To the cult, China is the United States. United States is Europe, and so on. And so we had this COVID hoax, which it came out of China, so they tell us. And what has happened since? The Chinese system has been more and more played out across the rest of the world, particularly the Western world. And what is that system? It is a system of AI control, and they've got some way to go in terms of the final version, where you've got millions of cameras in the cities and facial recognition cameras, which are just being started to brought in this country, Britain. And they can, I've seen documentaries where they send somebody out into the street to, get away, and they find them in minutes through facial recognition. And what happens is, in China, if you do what the government wants you to do, then you get credits. If you do what the government doesn't want you to do, then you lose credits. And it's called the social credit system. And once you get to a certain level of losing credits, you can't go on a train, you can't go on a plane, and ultimately you can't interact with mainstream society. This is the mandates of the COVID era that were started to be introduced then. And what they want to do in the West is exactly that system. As AI takes over more and more jobs, it's going to be an unbelievable number from now on, in all kind of areas. And as the economy loses other jobs, they're going to offer, it's already starting to be played out in trials, a universal basic income. And they'll say, we're going to give you this to, so you can put food on the table, etc., in this AI world. And that universal basic income will be a pittance. Everyone will kind of get it, so we'll all be in the same boat. And if you don't conform or you challenge the system, you won't get it. And it will be removed. And they'll say, okay, so you want to challenge us? Right. Well, how are you going to put food on the table now then? And they want to create a situation where we live in very tiny areas, groups. They're calling them 15-minute cities. where you can only live or operate within 15 minutes walk or cycle ride from your home, and they say everything you need will be in that area. And these number plate cameras that are going up all over the London and etc. and around the world, they're said to be policing pollution zones, but actually they're being put into place to police this this system I'm talking about. So if you and this is another thing, and I'll come around to the electric cars in a minute, the autonomous cars, very important. This is why they're bringing in digital currencies, because a digital currency, and this is all accepted. This is all accepted. This is not theory. Is programmable. They can program a digital currency to mean you can only spend it on certain things and you can't spend it on others not designated by the government. And it's programmable so it can only be spent in a certain area. So if you go outside of your zone, your money won't work. And not only that, it means that when you go past one of these number plate cameras when you, quote, shouldn't, you won't be able to challenge the fine, because the fine will be taken out of your digital account the moment you transgress. This is what's happening. Now, these digital currencies are called central bank digital currencies, CBDCs. The European Union is going to launch its digital currency later this year. The Russians are now bringing out the digital ruble. And it's happening around the world, because it's meant in the end, as I said in a book in 1992, when I wrote it in 1992, called The Robots' Rebellion, which I was calling for even then. The reason that cash is disappearing, I said in that book in 1992, 93, that cash is going to be taken out of circulation and it is going to be an electronic currency, one global electronic currency, ultimately. And look at how cash has disappeared. And look what made it disappear faster than ever before: COVID. Yeah? Oh, because you might be able to get the virus off the money, the paper. Oh, really? So why aren't you banning newspapers? Well, we need newspapers for propaganda. Oh, yeah, I thought that would be what it is. Yes. And so you have this programmable money, and at that point, they can take out of your bank account whatever they like. They can fine you whenever they like. All these things, you completely lose control of money. So the electric car, one of the great hoaxes. Oh, but before I leave the digital currency, I'll say this. This is kind of relevant to what we've been talking about. Donald Trump has to pander to his MAGA base while he's shafting them. So he said, we're not going to have CBDCs. He never said there won't be a digital currency. We won't have CBDCs, central bank digital currency. We're not going to have them. No. Oh, we're winning. So what he's done is brought in something called stable coins, which are a crypto coin. And that's going to be the digital currency, pegged to the dollar, that he's scamming his base with. Anyway, this his Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, is big time into that. In fact, he's like Trump's minder. You see him in the background all the time. So autonomous cars, electric cars, this is the point. One of the greatest scams of all is human-caused climate change. Not that climate change doesn't happen, it's always happened. Human-caused climate change is the hoax, the con. And what they want to do, see, if you want a global control, what you need are global problems from which you can offer global solutions. And of course, the human-caused climate change is perceived to be a global problem in need of a global response. So one of the things they want to introduce is a carbon tax, so that your products you buy are designated a carbon value, or the carbon used to create them, transport them. And once you reach your carbon limit, that you won't be able to buy anything else, right? And there's someone that supports the universal basic income and the carbon tax. Who's that? Elon Musk. Yeah, that's right. So anyway, the whole transformation of human society is coming from this net zero. This point where they want to bring carbon down to a certain level. And what it means is this: all you have to do is set the carbon limit net zero, and you don't have to do much else, because the society, the status quo that we now have, is based on use of carbon, right? And the production of carbon dioxide. So, given our society is founded on that, if you set a limit to vastly reduce that, by definition, society is going to be transformed. It has to be. So that's what net zero is really all about. And this moron in the Starmer government, Ed Miliband, was to put these solar panels and these wind turbines everywhere to solve a problem that's not actually happening. I am open to the fact that that guy is so stupid he doesn't realize that, but I mean, my jury's still out. He may. But one of the ways that electric cars, or the way electric cars have been justified, and all the legislation, we're all going electric now, the end of petrol and diesel cars, is saving the planet from carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide, by the way, which is a gas of life. Without carbon dioxide, we'd all be dead. There'd be no natural world, there'd be no food supply, there'd be nothing. But let's take the gas of life, carbon dioxide, and let's demonize it. And that's what's happened. And, oh yeah, carbon dioxide, yeah, it's horrible, isn't it? You wouldn't be here without it, mate. Anyway, I mean, we've got this wonderful symbiotic situation where we breathe in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide, and the plant world breathes in carbon dioxide and becomes abundant as a result. Why is it, ladies and gentlemen, that people in greenhouses put more carbon dioxide in? Because the plants grow bigger. Oh, dear. But no, let's reduce it. Let's reduce it. So anyway, the autonomous car, that's really what the electric car's about. Nothing to do with the environment. They know that. If you want complete control of a society and you want it completely controlled by AI, then petrol and diesel cars, no chance. In fact, in the end, they don't want people to have cars at all. They only want autonomous taxis and public transport. That's why they're making it so much more difficult to own a car. But if you get into a petrol or diesel car now, apart from certain areas that are walled off, you can go pretty much where you like. They don't want that. This is why they're making it more and more difficult for people to fly. They don't want people moving. They want people condensed in these areas. So they want rid of petrol and diesel cars because they're cars that are controllable autonomously, driverlessly, have to be electric because of the computer. And so the idea is that even if you have an electric car, eventually, the computer will decide where you can and cannot go. You won't just be able to get in your car and go where you like, because the computer will have limiters on it that says you can go here, you can't go there. And well, how are you going to drive yourself? Because they're driverless bloody cars, mate. This is all about control. And you can control the cars through artificial intelligence, as you can control everything else, including the human mind and human perception. This is where we're going. And, you know, they're not pissing about when they talk about 2030. This is a target to have a lot of this in place.
No.
And that's why from this moment on, in fact, it's already started, you're going to see this whole AI agenda get faster and faster. And what they want to do is all the pushbackers who were pushing back on this agenda, they want them looking over here. Oh, what's Trump doing now? Oh, we're winning. Oh, we're winning. He's just deported somebody who was legally in the United States to a hellhole bloody prison in El Salvador. And he's always ignoring the judge saying, you've got to bring him back. Oh, well, we're winning. Oh, what do you mean AI's controlling this now? What's going on? That's what they're doing. He's sitting there going, yeah, they'll keep them salivating. There you go. Okay, Elon, here we go. There you go, Larry Ellison and all these other people.
Did you read about BlackRock buying all the properties in the UK as well? They're saying within the next 5 years, people won't be able to buy a property.
Well, that's the point. BlackRock, along with another one called Vanguard and State Street and Fidelity. These are multi-trillion dollar operations, investment operations that invest other people's money in the major companies of the world and therefore control them. And it's interesting, isn't it, that Trump, who's supposed to be anti-globalist when BlackRock and Vanguard, etc., are the ultimate globalists, he was talking about the Panama Canal and all this stuff. And then suddenly BlackRock buys the key two ends of the canal, right? And the MAGA, who would have gone, oh, BlackRock, oh, no. Oh, well, it's better it's with an American company instead of a Chinese company. Now they're being played like one of them, honestly. And it's not an American company. It's an Israeli company run by a guy called Larry Fink, who's an ultra-Zionist. And these companies are far, far more powerful than governments. Governments are, gophers to these companies, and they run the show. And I'll tell you another interesting thing, which is worth mentioning. You know, Trump gets into office and never mentions in the election campaign anything about Greenland or Canada or Panama or anything. And then suddenly starts threatening them, wants to absorb them, wants to take them over. Okay, well, Elon Musk's grandfather was a guy called Joshua Haldeman. And he was born in Canada. And he was a major figure in an organization called Technocracy Inc. And what Technocracy Inc., and there was an American version of it as well, what Technocracy Inc. Stood for, I'll give you a feel. He supported Hitler and apartheid in South Africa, where he later moved. They wanted a countries run by technocrats. No elections, no elected politicians, technocrats, scientists, medical people, bureaucrats, all this stuff, the tech people. And he was pushing this in the 1930s. And then Canada declared war on Germany in 1939. And because of his support for the Nazis, the Technocracy Inc. was shut down, and he was jailed for a time and then put on a watch list. And at the end of the war, I think it was 1950, after the war, he moves the family to South Africa, where apartheid is getting really underway, because it suited him. And it's well known that he was a supporter of a very vehement supporter of apartheid. And when they raided his home, by the way, in Canada, when he was arrested, they found documents from Technocracy Inc. supporting the Nazis. So you see the background. So anyway, then Musk is born in South Africa in, I think it was 1970, 71, and then eventually comes back to Canada and America. But this is the point. Technocracy Inc. had a plan, which they produced a map for, that was the extent of what they called their technate that they wanted to introduce in the 1930s. And it started in the north of South America with countries like Venezuela. It went up through Panama, up through Mexico, up through the United States into Canada, which was part of the technate. And guess what other country they had in the technate? Greenland. And it's amazing that with Musk, for now anyway, in that governmental situation, unelected, that what his grandfather's map wanted, Trump's talking about. And why Greenland now? Another reason for Greenland. Greenland has, oh, by the way, this guy, Peter Thiel, this Palantir guy, who's obsessed with Lord of the Rings, he is funding a company that wants to create a big autonomous city in Greenland, right? But Greenland has what they call rare earth minerals. And rare earth minerals are necessary for the AI technocracy takeover. And you remember part of the deal with Ukraine for a peace deal with Russia, which Trump is demanding from Zelensky, that Zelensky hands over all the rare earth minerals in Ukraine for the technocrats. So the deeper you go in the rabbit hole, the more this whole sequence of events that we're seeing now makes sense, and you can see where it's going.
What about Project Bluebeam? David, is there any truth in that with the fake alien invasion to bring a one world order, or is that just
no? Well, I think all these things are in the pack. Project Bluebeam is the plan that was revealed by an investigative journalist in the 1990s to stage a fake alien invasion, to using holographic technology in the sky with religious figures and religious heroes to or to justify the centralization of power in the world, to meet the threat, the alien threat. And, you know, there's certain things that happen where the agenda can move on really quick. So it moved on really quick during COVID. And there's other areas where it's moved on really quick, like a war can move it on really quick. And if you wanted to move towards the centralization of global power, then something like that could move that forward very, very quickly. So yeah, it's definitely in the pack, and as a possibility. Whether they'll use it or not is another thing, but we'll see. What I do find interesting is when I was investigating, I was in America a lot in the 1990s, and when I was investigating and talking to whistleblowers about alien technology, which is a lot of it is actually human technology, because one of the things they do as part of the control system is they give the public a version of the cutting edge of technology, which is what they see in the public arena. The real cutting edge is here and further, so probably in the street. And what they're doing is they're bringing out this technology, which is and the underground bases and the secret projects. They're bringing it out in a sequence. This is why you don't see people sitting around a table strumming their fingers, waiting for the next level of AI technology to be introduced. It's seamless. It's just advancing so fast. It's because it already exists. And a lot of this so-called alien technology, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, is actually flown by humans out of underground bases and other places. There's certainly a human-alien interaction, but there's a lot of them are flown by humans. It's what's called anti-gravity technology. And but if you don't know that, then you see a craft, you see a flying saucer or something, you immediately think off-world, not necessarily.
But look at NASA, look at all this stuff that's been debunked by NASA, their technology, their space stations, their astronauts, the moon landings. Like when you actually go down the rabbit hole, you think, why all the big lies?
Well,
who cares whether the moon landings are real or not? Like, why lie? It doesn't make sense.
Well, the reason they lie is, or one reason they lie, is to keep from people the real cutting edge of technological possibility. Now, who really owns SpaceX of Elon Musk? NASA and the Pentagon, right? And the NASA lies, right? You know, there's the story of SpaceX is that Elon Musk flew out to Russia with a CIA operative called Michael Griffin. And they were going to try to do a deal to buy intercontinental ballistic missiles. Anyway, it didn't work out. And on the plane back, Musk says to Griffin, I'm going to start SpaceX. And he offered him a big job in SpaceX. But Griffin didn't take it. Instead, he was offered a job by the CIA of heading an organization called InQtel, or IQT, which is the technological development arm of the CIA. What it does is it funds and seed funds companies and technology that will benefit its surveillance and control network. This is the same company, IQT of the CIA, that seed funded Palantir and Peter Thiel. And so he's head of this company, the CIA company, this Michael Griffin. And Musk goes ahead with SpaceX. But then Griffin's given another job, head of NASA. And it was when he was head of NASA that the big contract started being handed to SpaceX, which at that point, the first point, never produced a rocket. And SpaceX is a arm's length company of NASA and the Pentagon, come to that. Elon Musk is anti-establishment. The establishment hates him, you know. I know because he told me. Right? Well, he didn't tell me. I've never spoken to him. But pew. Thank you, God. But he was supposed to be anti-establishment. But he's just been given a contract by the Pentagon to do a version of Starlink called Star Shield that is a satellite network specifically for the Pentagon, the military, and the government. And it's about surveillance and all this stuff. So there's Musk talking about freedom and freedom of speech and all that stuff, and a load of nonsense that is just a smokescreen.
But it is sexy to buy into because people then think he's one of us. It is easy to then think that.
Yeah, well, exactly. But you see, he's supposed to be opposing the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab. But then what alerted me to him a long, long time ago was he was ticking all the boxes in his companies. And so he's not what he appears to be. And so Klaus Schwab is selling the AI hard sell, there will be God's thing, and Musk is selling the other thing, and it's reaching the same end, and so Elon Musk is not anti-establishment. Do you know why he's taking all these government jobs away and cutting this and cutting that and affecting people, and say we must save and stop waste? Do you know his companies get $8 million a day from the government? $8 million a day from the government his companies get. And none of that is being cut, right? And so you've got Star Shield that is a surveillance operation for the government. And it's he's supposed to be anti-establishment. He's not. He's part of the establishment.
What do you think of the Mars stuff? And because I'm a big fan of the Truman Show, whether people's perception of it's different, but there's something in me kind of gravitates towards it. Like people say it can be an informant now where you're in some sort of dome and they tell you not to go over Antarctica, they tell you not to go up a certain height, you can't breathe. Do you think we're just being shielded into, like you say, to stay in this blinkers?
We are in an energetic dome, or you call it a dome if you like, and that's a simulation. But I've talked to many people over the years, whistleblowers on the inside of the military and intelligence, who told me just as the shamans of South Africa and the other representatives of ancient knowledge around the world have told me about the reptilians and how they're manipulating human society. The military in the modern world have told me the same, about how if you go into the underground bases, the reptilians and greys are operating there. And a lot of the technology, if not all the technology that is coming into this stream of technological, this technological explosion is coming out of the alien knowledge into human society.
Do you think, if you look at Musk, Bezos, Zuckerberg, they've all got kind of alien tendencies, them. Do you think they could be from another dimension, because of the levels they've got to?
Well, I mean, there's so many different versions of the biological computer, depending on, what your role is. If you remember in Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, he talked about the end of procreation as we know it and a technological production of the species, but they would be broken up into different castes, and those castes would be levels of intelligence, and the levels of intelligence would be the level of the role that you are going to play in society, right? So if you're a menial job, then you don't need they'll make you not intelligent, so you'll be happy with your menial job. So there are different program levels of the biological computer, and it was clear to me a long time ago that some of these people in the cult that are part of the what I call the hybrid bloodline, they are part human, part not human. We see the human level, but behind that, energetically, in terms of information, is the non-human level. And sometimes they switch, and that's what's called shape-shifting. But they definitely can see, some of them, further into the field. So the entities that are manipulating human society, in a frequency sense, are not far from our visual reality. But these people, and this is why I say it's no accident that we have such a ludicrously narrow range of human sight, which the body will decode. Because if we could see further into the field, we'd see them. We'd see who the real controllers are. But we can only see this much, so we don't. People say, well, why can't we see them? Well, you can hardly see anything, mate. That's why.
What about Antarctica?
Yeah, I think there's big time something there, yeah. But in terms of what I was saying about the whistleblowers, talking to them, they've told me that there are first of all bases on Mars, underground, and that there is something called, I think it's called Space Command, where they're using technology that's straight out of bloody Star Trek and beyond. They're flying to these different planets. Not a problem. And like I say, if you can hold in the public arena a perception of the level of cutting-edge technology, then you can do what you like over here, but people will say, oh, that's not possible, that's not possible, this is the cutting edge. And so what Musk is doing again with SpaceX is presenting to you a fake technological cutting edge with the rockets. They're Stone Age compared with what's possible, but it is holding that cutting edge. Oh, we're going to fly to Mars. Well, these other craft are flying to Mars all the time, mate. You know, I mean, and I've talked to enough people over the years, military people and other people inside, to know that they're not messing about. They are describing reality. You know, I mean, there's it's kind of funny. Joe Rogan, who you think would have me on, given the range of things I talk about, never had me on, won't have me on. And he takes the piss out of the fact I'm talking about the reptilians. He had a bloke who's just been around not very long called Ian Carroll on recently, talking about the stuff, you know, the same stuff going round and round and round. And they were kind of having a laugh about me and the reptilians. And yet, just a few weeks earlier, he'd had two insider whistleblowers on from military projects, saying that of all the alien groups that they had been researching and were kind of they were people that were researching in the military unidentified flying objects. They call them something else now. And he was saying that you can talk about, to an extent, any of these things like the Greys, but you don't talk about the reptilians. That's shut off immediately.
Why?
Well, because they're running the show. The what we call the Greys are basically like almost like AI gophers, really. The reptilians are running the show, and so you don't talk about them. And I've talked to people. The people of former military people have talked about the fact that they were experienced underground bases, and these like 7-8 foot reptilians were running it, and were there and interacting with the military.
Yeah, have you ever seen the people digging up and you see the giants, like the bones of giants, and the military swords like 20 feet long? Like, it's mad to think the possibility of could have been giants, bigger people.
What does the Bible talk about? The Old Testament, there were giants in the world in those days.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the thing, right? You have to keep people in a state of myopia and strictly limited sense of the possible, because then they won't see what you're doing. And what I would say to people is, okay, we can see this narrow band of frequency called visible light. The rest of infinity we can't see. Look at the diversion of form within visible light. Look at the different forms of human, from Chinese, Japanese, over to white American, black American, all that stuff. Look at all the diversion of form in the animal kingdom. Look at the diversion of form in the insect kingdom. And you are looking at this tiny band of frequency, and yet there's that phenomenal diversity. What do you think is out there? But because, you know, one of the great ways of controlling people is to control their sense of the normal. You can move the normal on subtly, like the new normal, but there's a basic norm. And if you can control that, then anything outside the norm, in fact, they have to use the word paranormal because it's different to the norm, then the instinct is you're crazy or you're mad. But just take a bloody breath. Just look at the logic of it. What diversity of form exists out there? Are we really saying that what we call human is the only form that intelligent life can take? And I'm you're putting intelligent in quotes there, by the way. Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. But because of this myopia, where people cannot see or perceive beyond their programmed normal. And what is normal? Normal is simply what we normally experience. That's all it is. Doesn't mean it's the only experience possible. It means it's what you normally experience. And that means that your life is, if it's enclosed in a narrow band of recurring behavior, recurring experience, then that's your normal. So what exists outside of your normal? I mean, what's normal now was abnormal in what we call the past. I mean, you know, you say, okay, we're going to have this field of information. We're going to call it Wi-Fi. And then it will be decoded by this computer, and you'll see it, and you'll be able to go in it anywhere in the world. Say that to someone in the 1700s, when they had a different normal. They'd say it was crazy, but it's happening.
Obviously, when Donald Trump came in making even they wouldn't say big things, but he's going to release the files of JFK and the Epstein flight log. He's never done that either. And but yet people thought he was great and he was going to do this. There was only little snippets of things that he's released. Look, what's the big thing about it all?
We'll see what happens. And but certainly as we speak, he has negated on all of that.
He was friends with Epstein.
Well, you know, he was a close friend of Epstein for a long time. You know.
Do you think that's to cover his own ass? Saying he's going to release the flight logs and his associations, because Clinton was with him 16 times to that island.
Right. It's like he's saying to his attorney general, we gotta release the files on Epstein as soon as you get some Tipex. Right.
What about, just going off topic, but stuff like the Vatican and the Pope? Like, what do you see of them? Again, obviously we spoke about religion, but again, is that just another reflection tactic?
Religion has been created to put people in myopic belief systems, rigid belief systems. And it's interesting how many people in the alternative media, the so-called big names, have converted to Roman Catholicism and what have you. But and I look at that and I go, do you know the history of the Roman Catholic Church in terms of freedom of speech? Have you any idea? What are you doing? But I know there's lots of weird things going on. But yeah, if you follow a flow of people, you can come out of the Middle East and Babylon and that area, and you can move up to Rome and the creation of the Roman Church, because Rome was what they call pagan. So the guy that was there's a statue outside York Minster of him. He's called Constantine the Great, one of the later Roman emperors. And he oversaw something called the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD in what we now call Turkey, which basically decided what Christians to this day believe, right? And it's a real dog's breakfast, I tell you, when you read it. But anyway, he used to... He worshipped something called Sol Invictus, which was the unconquered sun, and he converted to Christianity on his deathbed, just a bit of insurance, just in case. But that was a pagan religion, and they worshipped Saturn and what have you. But the reason that they, not necessarily seamlessly, but very, very smoothly moved from the pagan religion to Christianity, because basically it was the same religion under different names, using different names. So you had the Babylonian trinity of Nimrod, the father god, Ninus, Tammuz, the son, virgin born to Queen Semiramis, the female point of the triangle, the Trinity. And then in Rome, they just changed those names to basically Father God, Jesus, and they call it the Holy Ghost. And the Holy Ghost is symbolized as a dove, which is what the Babylonians used to symbolize Queen Semiramis at that same point on and all the traits that were given to Queen Semiramis in Babylon, they then gave to Mother Mary, the figure of Mother Mary in Christianity. So you look at Christmas, the birthday of Jesus. That corresponds with the Roman festival of Saturnalia, which was a festival to the god Saturn. There's the ruins of the temple of Saturn, you can still see them in Rome today. And they used to put up trees. They used to give gifts. They used holly and stuff like that. And Saturnalia became the Christian Christmas. Well, actually, it's a pagan Christmas. The Christmas tree is a pagan thing. And it was. I was funny. There was a guy who was running Westminster Abbey, who started complaining about the pagan nature of the Christmas tree, and then it was pointed out that it was donated by the Queen. So I should shut up. But so it's all a dog's breakfast, the whole thing, and Christianity was created overwhelmingly by the pagan Roman Empire, what was left of it.
David, what's the best piece of information you've ever had, or the best bit of knowledge that kind of stands out to you through your years of research and studying and speaking to all these people? Is there anything that sticks in your mind that?
Well, there's many things, because, as I said earlier, what you do if you're serious about wanting to know and not defend a belief system is there's always more to know, and so you keep going deeper and deeper in the rabbit hole. And so in the early 90s, I was putting together this global cult and how the secret society stuff worked, which is now kind of breaking news, but it's the early 90s. And then you think, well, what's behind that? And then the reptilian thing and the non-human thing came up in 96 when I was traveling America. And then what was the next thing? Then I started to realize that this is a simulation. And I guess one of the latest things that I've been writing about. I've just done a trilogy called of the trap, the dream, and the reveal, which is all about, well, it pulls everything together, but it really focuses on the simulation and the afterlife and what the afterlife is, you know. Because I mentioned earlier about reincarnation is real, but not in the sense that I accept it from people that believe in that overwhelmingly. The Buddhists believe in, and I think they're right, something called the wheel of samsara. And they say that when you leave the body, after this ceases to function, you go on a wheel of samsara unless you get out of the simulation. And eventually you come back and you reincarnate in another role, another life with another personality. And I say that that wheel of samsara is a trap. And it's a trap to keep you in the simulation, because it occurred to me that I can understand how consciousness could be tricked into coming into this simulated reality. But given the experience that vast, overwhelming numbers of people have, when you get out, you'd think, well, nah, I ain't coming back here. I sod that for a game of soldiers. I'm out of here. But they need the energy. They need the energy. They can't let people escape unless, they can't stop people ultimately, but that takes knowledge. But they want to keep you here. So what they do is they have these other levels called astral levels of the simulation, and they bring you back. And this astral level is like a fake heaven. And near-death experiencers say, "Oh, I couldn't believe it. I experienced this, and it was all that amazing and blissful and that stuff." That's the fake heaven.
There's a book I read called Many Lives, Many Masters.
Yeah.
And it talks about all the problems you have in this life. If you don't sort them out, you come back again and add another one on.
Yeah. Well, that's a con. That's part of the con of karmic debt, where what they do, this is probably another interview, but I've researched, first of all, enormous numbers of near-death experiences. I've researched people who were like psychiatrists, psychologists, who became convinced that reincarnation was real because of talking to very young kids who were describing previous lives, often involving people already who were still alive, and so were researchable. And these people were often maybe in another country, but certainly another part of the country where the kid had never been, didn't know anything about. And this guy, particular, I think what's his name, Stevenson. He made basically a life's work of it. And what he would do would go and research what these kids were saying. He would take them there as well. And he would, he started off, he wanted to debunk it. He set out to prove it wrong. And he found he couldn't. He was having these little kids who were going into houses and they knew the layout in places they'd never been. There was one, I remember, where this kid was saying he was married to this woman, little kid. So they take him there as part of this research. And the woman's older now, obviously, but he's talking to her, this little kid, as if she's still his wife, right? So what this family said to him was, hey, if what you're saying is true, where's the will? We could never find your will. And the kid walked over to a floorboard in the kitchen and they pulled it up and there's the will, right? Reincarnation is real, but the reason for it, I strongly challenge that many people believe, that you come back here to learn lessons, bollocks. You come back here to produce more loosh for these entities. So the idea is that they con you. I mean, I've gone into so many accounts of this. You get into this astral realm, they con you into believing that you've got to come back to pay back karma. But what the funny thing is some of the people that I've researched can remember the incarnation process, and they can remember the immediate previous experience in the astral of it. And what they talk about, very common themes, is the detail they go into to plan a life and what they're going to experience, right? As part of their learning bollocks. And so they come in and they have conversations like, I'm going to be psychopathic, or I'm going to be this, or I'm going to be an angry person, or whatever. I need to experience that. So they come in and they're an angry person or whatever, because it's all programmed into this. If you're not conscious beyond this is ruling your life. This is dictating your perceptions. It's dictating your behavior. When you become conscious beyond it, then you start overriding that. Anyway, so then they get back in this astral, and it's like, ooh, you got some karma. You were angry. Hold on. We agreed I was going to be angry. So the whole thing is a freaking con, and it's to keep you coming back and back and back over and over and over again. It's fascinating when you get into the detail of it, as I do in this trilogy.
What do you think needs to change, David, to make the world a better place? Because, listen, there's a lot of beautiful things in the world. There's so much amazing stuff, but there just seems a lot of turmoil, a lot of greed, a lot of power, a lot of wars. What do you think needs to change to make it better?
We have to remember who we are and redefine our self-identity. Without that, nothing changes. So people say, what's the solutions? I'm not interested in solutions, right? Because what happens with solutions is they tend to lead to more problems in need of more solutions. My approach is to say, what's the cause of the problem? Okay, so if we remove the cause of the problem must disappear, because it can't manifest without the cause. So what's the cause of the problem? The cause of the problem is that humanity gives its perceptions away to a tiny few people that program those perceptions with a sense of myopia, both of the world and of themselves, identity, and thus control everybody. Now, to remove the cause, we take control of our perceptions back. And for me, what's happening is, we have this field, ultimately beyond the simulation, this infinite field of information, consciousness, awareness. The more of that field that you connect into, the more insight, knowledge, awareness, knowing, instinctive awareness that you access. That's why this is what we talk about awakening, right? Well, if you awaken to there's a political scam going on, it's the deep state, all right. You've awoken. I'm awake now. No, you're not. You've awoken to a bigger prison than most people are in. You've got to keep going. And there comes a point where you break the belief system, the self-identity that you are human, and that's who you are. That human is an experience, brief. It's not who you are. You are consciousness, having the experience. But if you can manipulate people into a myopia of self-identity, I'm just Ethel on the checkout. I've got no power. Not that beyond the checkout very long, the way things are going with AI. And so what you're doing is you're creating a perception and a self-identity of myopia. What that does is limit you to the range of the infinite field of awareness that myopia spans, which is not very much. And that's the myopia of those that think, I am my job, I am my sex, I am my income bracket, I'm my race, I'm my religion, I am my body. But when you redefine your self-identity from I am consciousness, ultimately all consciousness, having a brief experience called human, that transformation of your self-identity, expansion of your self-identity, your sense of self, automatically expands your awareness, opens your mind, into greater and greater swathes, the more you do it, of awareness. And so that's the real awakening. And that's the one that most of the alternative media has not had. That's why it is what it is. And as you expand this awareness more and more into the field, suddenly you've got insights, you've got knowledge, you've got intuitive knowing, you can see things, you can see how the dots connect instead of just seeing dots. And it's a complete transformation of your sense of identity and your sense of the world and your sense of you. And the more you expand your awareness, the less you are intimidated, the less you fear, the less you will have authority tell you what to think. It all goes. Because once you realize that we are a state of awareness having a little local difficulty currently, but we are exploring forever, and you're infinite forever, then being intimidated by Keir Starmer or Donald Trump or some bloke with a silly hat on and uniform actually takes on a different guise. And, what you start to do when you reach this more expansive level, anyone can do it, by the way. This is not sitting cross-legged on a mountain or under a tree. Anyone can do it. It's a choice. When you do that, you lose fear because you realize there is nothing to fear. It's just fear is as much as an illusion as everything else. And suddenly, what you start to do is what you believe and what you know to be right. So people who just believe authority without question, well, until they stop doing that, they're a bit of a lost cause. Then you've got this other group that really don't want to do it, but I fear not doing it. It's like, I want to do what I believe to be right. Okay. So what they do then is start looking down the consequences of they think doing what they know to be right. And they go, I'd like to do it, but not that badly. Thank you very much. And they conform. Once you start to expand this awareness into the greater and greater field with the insights and what have you that come, then you do what you know to be right by reflex action. And when people say to you, oh, but what's the consequences of doing that? Well, when you reach a certain level of expanded awareness, I can say anyone can do it. You cannot contemplate not doing what you know to be right out of fear of the consequences. When I do things and say things, I don't think of consequences. I mean, don't mean I don't, I know the consequences of walking in front of a truck or something. But in terms of the way it's received, I don't think of consequences. Because to do so is to consider not doing what I believe to be right. That's not going to happen. So when I started talking about reptilians, someone said to me once, didn't you know that you get ridiculed when you talked about reptilians? I said, I'd work that out. But you do it anyway because you reach a point where you've got enough evidence, it crosses your line and this is real, and then you put it out there. And you talk about simulations, you talk about, consciousness, you talk about all these different things because they've crossed your line in terms of research where you think, yep, this is real. And you never think, "Oh, but what are the consequences of me saying this? They'll think I'm mad. I don't care. I don't care. They'll think something else tomorrow. I don't care. What I care about deeply is that what I say is valid and can be justified by the evidence. That's all I care about. How people receive it, it's entirely up to them. They have every right to receive it as they want. I have every right not to care.
Yeah, life puzzles me, just how the brain functions, the central nervous system, the heart, how the world has got air and the sunlight. It's just, I don't have any of the answers. I can only interview people and take what they've got and their opinions of life. I'm open to everyone and what the way they see it. Some people want to go left, right, Muslim, Christian. I'm not asked. As long as they're not forcing it upon me, I'm happy to have the discussion with anybody. This is my choice. I'm not a religious man. I don't do certain things. I do certain things. This is my life, and I'm not. As long as I'm not harming anyone or forcing it upon anyone to think this way and do this way, it's just to question it, things.
But that's exactly my philosophy, James. I have a simple philosophy: do what you like, so long as you don't impose it on anyone else. Mm-hmm. You know, if people want to do something and all the people involved are quite happy to do it, be my guest. None of my business. None of my business. I'm only interested when people want to impose their beliefs and their demands upon other people. That's when I get interested, and that's what this culture is doing. It's imposing its will upon the human population by manipulating the perception of the human population, and I'm not having that without a challenge. But if people want to do things, you know, if the Henry Kissinger before he died wanted to sacrifice David Rockefeller before he died, well, be my bloody guest. You know, you'll soon be in another dimension, and you'll realize what prats you are. As long as both of you are happy, that's fine. But if one's trying to enforce it on someone else, then I'm interested. Bloody sure I am.
Just before we finish up, David, what do you think of the schooling system? Because I read that John Rockefeller started it, they gave women rights and they then started voting, they got a job. What happens is when they started working, women then started paying taxes. And then when they're at work, their kids need to go to school, and then they've got them in the grasp where they can teach them and condition them the way they want. Listen, it's good to read and write, it's good to connect, but what do you think of the schooling system nowadays?
The schooling system, it's a programming system. You know, when I talk about perception, controlling perception is the key. Okay, you're sitting around a table, you're J.D. Rockefeller and these people in America, there are others around the world, and you say, how do we control the perception of the children from the earliest age so that we will dictate their perceptions for the rest of their lives? And someone might say, well, you know, I don't know if they'd have it, but what would be great is if we could get the kids in our control at least 5 days a week, plus homework, and we could indoctrinate them with a version of life, themselves, and reality that they will take, most of them anyway, for the rest of their lives. That would be fantastic. But I don't think the people will have that. Would the people have that? Oh, yes, we would. And that's what the system is. And you see, you get people like teachers and academics who by their very nature have been in the system their entire life. You know, they've done well in the school system in terms of exams, and then they move out of that into an academic career or into a teaching career. They're in the system. And most of them, not all, but most, are indoctrinated with the same programming that they're indoctrinating the kids with. And if you're a kid, and I found this when I was at school, but if you're a kid and you don't want to accept what you're told without question, and it's like, how do you know that? They get freaking angry because their job is to get you to believe, or at least to absorb, to tell what are exams? They're telling the system what it's told you to believe. And if you do it well, you get a degree of reward. So yeah, it's a programming system. And if you look at it, you've got a program world, and there's babies coming in, consciousness, coming in to this program world. The idea is to get them as early as possible. So you come out of the womb, and your parents have been through the programming you're about to go through and bought it, most of them, and they pass on their programming to you, not out of malevolence sometimes, but not usually, but because they believe that's the way. At age 3 or 4, you're now sitting at a desk with an authority figure representing the state, telling you when you can leave, when you must be there, when you can eat, when you can talk, when you can go to the toilet. And the programming is started not only of perceptual programming, but authority programming. Obey authority. It's easier that way. And then you go through the school system, and then you go into university, and you get the program. And to get the exams, you have to repeat the program. My son Jamie, when he was at school, he had an exam which involved human-caused global warming, and he said to the teacher, "I don't agree with it." And the teacher said, "Well, I've got some sympathy with that, but if you don't say that it's real, you ain't going to pass the exam." This is how it works. And so then you go out into the world, and you meet people in the world of work, while it lasts, who've been through the same system you've been through, but earlier. And they've taken on basically the foundations of the programming. So they're seeing the world pretty much like you're seeing it in terms of its structure and what it is. And everyone's confirming to everyone else that it's all real. And so it goes on right the way to, from womb to tomb. And what I've been doing is saying, I'm going to buy it. I don't agree with it, and I'm going to seek to uncover proof that it's not real, and that what we're being told is not real, and it's programming perception to control us for no other reason. And people don't like that.
For anybody watching or listening, David, who's maybe thrown back with some of the stuff that we're speaking about, who don't quite understand that, who are maybe working on 9 to 5 and having their vote for a president or prime minister and kind of maybe supporting wars or whatever, like where do they start off? Because obviously your knowledge is 30, 40 years advanced. So is there any starting places that people can maybe start questioning things and looking into it? Listen, some people are on their own little path, in their little bubble and quite happy in life, so be it. Do you know what I'm saying? Who are we to judge? But is there any places people can start, or where can they buy your books, or where can they kind of...
Well, what I would say is, I'll go back to what I said earlier. Where you're stuck in the myopia, you won't see it. But once you start to redefine your self-identity, this is the key to everything. I would say to people, for a month, just go through your life from the perspective that you are consciousness having an experience. And what tends to happen when you do that is you start to become the observer. You don't get pulled into the drama anything like as much because you're observing it. Because you're kind of one step back from it almost. Doesn't mean you don't interact with it, but you're kind of observing it in a different way to the way you were before. And as you redefine your self-identity, you'll find that the knowledge of the fact that this is all illusion will start to become obvious. Because at expanded levels of awareness, and when I say expanded levels of awareness, that's our natural state. When we take the blocks of the mind off and let's flow into some consciousness beyond mind, which is a program, you start to find synchronicity in your life, coincidences. This is what happened to me, 1990. Coincidences that drop information into you. You start to expand the way you're seeing the world, and suddenly information's coming to you. Oh, that was a coincidence that I came across that. I've just been thinking about that, and suddenly the world that you thought existed starts to unravel. But if you stay there, and you stay in the left side of the brain, boom, 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 logic and all this stuff. then you won't move. But this is so important to do that. Just for a month, live your life as if you are consciousness having the experience instead of the experience being you.
Last one, David. What do you think of the pyramids in Egypt? Do you think it's someone else, possibly aliens? Someone says it could be lasers that's been built by it. Like, what's your opinion on the pyramids?
Well,
it's a weird one. There's so many different theories out there.
Yeah, well, you see, the thing is, on the wider point, the bigger panorama of that, we have this, again, programmed perception that human evolution, as it's called, only goes forward. So therefore, by definition, we must be at the cutting edge of human knowledge now. We're not. The difference between a advanced society and a less advanced society is simply knowledge. What decides how advanced a society is knowledge, and the knowledge that's available and the knowledge that's circulating. So if you look at the pyramids, right, and you look at some of the other structures, I've been there a few times in Egypt, right, and then you look at modern Egypt, right? Look at Cairo, which comes right actually to one side of the pyramids. Look at it and tell me that evolution only goes forward, right? You see these fantastic structures, like hundreds of tons, some of the stones. Oh, they were pulled up ramps with ropes by oh, of course they were. And then you look at modern Cairo today, and evolution only goes forward. Are you having a laugh? What happens is if you have a society that reaches a certain level of advancement, capable of building pyramids and all the other stuff that seems to be underneath it now, then if that knowledge is lost, or if that knowledge is taken away, then you no longer have the knowledge to build pyramids. So you then start to live in a society that reflects your level of knowledge. So the human story has not always gone forward. It's gone up, it's gone down, it's gone back, and all which way, depending on the level of knowledge available at the time. And what they've done, if you look at some of the things that were happening and being researched, scientifically researched, in the 1800s and stuff, and then you look now at what's happened since in terms of this orthodoxy of science, which focuses on a very narrow perception of reality, then actually knowledge has gone back in many ways even since then. But we are in a position now.
Do you think we're devolving?
I think if you look at the pyramids of Egypt and some of the other fantastic structures I've seen around the world, oh my God. Do you know there's a place in Peru just above Cusco? And it's not spelt like this, but it's pronounced apparently sexy woman or sexy woman. It's unbelievable. There's this wall, and the size of the stones make the pyramids look like a tea party, really. They are absolutely freaking enormous, and they're all different shapes, but they align perfectly. It's like not quite, but almost. You couldn't get a cigarette paper through them in the gaps. And you look at it, and they're all different shapes, and they're absolutely freaking enormous. And then you go to Machu Picchu in Peru, and you see that a fantastic city high in the mountains. And how did they build this? How did they get anything here? We have devolved. We have gone back. Yeah. But there are signs now that we might be starting to wake up to that. Because I remember, because I've been doing this a long time, I remember what it was like in the early 1990s. You couldn't get anyone interested in any of this stuff, whether it was conspiracy, whether it was stuff we're talking about on top of that. But you can now. So there is reason to be optimistic. And that's why, I know I get a lot of shit for it, but that's why I keep calling out the alternative media and some of the people in it, is because this hijack has stopped the alternative media expanding deeper in the rabbit hole. It's become an eddy in the river. I don't think that's by accident either. And you've got to pull together all these different aspects, from the nature of reality to, why Trump picked this guy or whatever. You've got to pull them all together to see what the picture looks like.
Does it ever frustrate you, David? Obviously, you've got George Orwell's book 1984. I also listened to a book and read it called Outwitting the Devil. Napoleon Hill, he was talking to the devil and it tells him how he controls the world. Like, very powerful. Does it ever frustrate you sometimes that some of the things you've spoke about 20, 30 years ago came true, but no one listened?
Yeah, it's a funny thing, and I've got used to it now. But you say things like in the early 1990s that there is a network of secret societies, which I call the global cult, which is manipulating human society. And people laugh at you and dismiss you, and say you're being negative. And then more and more people start to see actually that is got validity to it. But by this time, you're talking about reptilians, because you're asking the question all the time, what don't I know? And the synchronicity of your life is bringing these, because once you've got an open mind and you're saying, okay, what don't I know? What tends to happen is you are attracting what you don't know, so that you learn more. It's what happens once you've got a closed mind. Oh, I've sussed it now. I know what's going on now. You're an eddy in the river. You're not moving on. Knowing how little we know is vital, because that attracts to you knowledge of what you don't know. And so by that time that I'm talking about the reptilians, so now the people are going, yeah, he was right about the secret societies, but oh no, he's gone too far now. And then, over a period of time, I remember when I first came across the reptilian stuff, that I put in the fledgling internet a few words of reptilian extraterrestrials. I remember there was 33 pages. Put reptilian extraterrestrials, or words to that effect, in the internet now, and you see how many there are. So more and more people are encompassing this. But by this time, I'm talking about simulations and reincarnation traps and all this stuff. And it's like, oh no, he's gone too far now. So you get used to it. And I wouldn't have it any other way, because, you could stop at something that then eventually is seen to be true, and then you can bask in the glory. Oh yeah, I was right, wasn't I? Or you can be gone, away, deeper in the rabbit hole, so that the people that say, oh yeah, I was right about that. Oh, but he's got too far now. It's ridiculous what he's saying now. This is what you get, and but you get used to it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have it any other way. I want to know what's going on. That's my motivation. Yeah. And I want to communicate what I find is going on, and then people will make of it what they will.
Yeah, fair play, 'cause it does. It takes some amount of bollocks, especially now, because everyone has a voice. Everyone can have a say. But like you say, it's not as if you're saying something, people catch up to it 10 years later, and then you bask in the glory. You're moving the goalposts again. Listen, we don't always get it right in life as well. There's mistakes to be made, but that's where you learn. That's where you grow as well. But it's always mesmerising listening to you and hearing your knowledge and understanding what you've been through and how you've got to these conclusions and how you see the world. Like, that is a beautiful thing, because we are scared to speak out. We are scared to be our true selves. Some of us don't even know who the fuck our true selves are, if we're honest. We're still constantly searching, and it's just a big stage, isn't it? It's just a big stage. We've all got different masks and just trying to get through it unscathed, but you're never going to get anywhere if you're trying to live it. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, but I would just say one of the things I hope I've contributed is to show that you can say what you believe to be right, and you can communicate information outside the norm, and you still survive. All right, you get, closed minds having a go at you and ridiculing you, but who cares? They'll do something else tomorrow. Because I've been doing this for such a long time, I've had people laughing and ridiculing me in the street in the 1990s, who later came up to me in the street and asked me what was going on. So, if what you say has validity, it will eventually be shown to be so. It might take some time, but it will eventually be shown to be so. And if it doesn't have validity, then, well, no, the way of the world.
Yeah.
And so where I go from here in terms of where life takes me is another thing that I look forward to finding out.
Where can people buy your books, David? What's your website? What social medias for anybody watching or listening?
Yeah, if they go to davidicke.com, they get my books there. And if they're in North America, the books are delivered out of North America, so they don't have to wait to cross the channel, the Atlantic. Obviously, we're sitting in the studio here of iconic.com, which is our media platform. We do fantastic number of, we do live and regular shows during the week, but amazing documentaries about all the subjects we've been talking about and more. And my son Jamie started it, and my other son Gareth out there is very much involved as well. And it's very pleasing to see the scale of information there is on all these different subjects, not just conspiracy, but a vast number of subjects that are mind-opening and consciousness expanding. So I'm delighted that of how it's turned out. And of course, there's that movie on Good Friday about my ban. So we're back where we started, James.
I interviewed you 6 years ago. It was only Australia. Now you're at 30.
I know.
Banned from. So hopefully, man, next time you've completed the full one and you're fucking banned.
Yeah, I'm banned from the world.
But it's not stopped you, because that's the good thing about the internet. You can still get your voice out there, which has its negatives, but it also has a lot of positives.
Yeah, despite being massively shadow banned by Mr. Free Speech Musk,
Yeah. David, listen, thanks for giving me your time again.
No
Thoroughly
problem,
enjoyed that. I wish you nothing but the best for the future. David, would you like to finish up on anything else?
I would just say, I guess what Socrates in ancient Greece is supposed to have said, realize that whatever you know, it's a fraction of what there is to know. When you work on that principle, your mind is always open to other possibility, and it's always open to questioning everything to see if it stands up to scrutiny. And I tell you from experience, when you look at the norms of this society, and you put them under questioning, and you put them under the microscope, if you like, and you demand that they justify their validity, they almost certainly don't. I mean, this society as we live it is such a load of bollocks. It's unbelievable. And it's founded on complete illusion and a misunderstanding of what reality really is. I mean, when you think that I'm looking at you and I'm decoding you into what I see, because what you are is what your body is a field of information. I mean, how crazy does it get when that is not solid? I just interact with it as if it is, because that is an electromagnetic field of a certain type, and I'm an electromagnetic field of a certain type. And so that resistance is an electromagnetic resistance, which we decode into the apparent experience of a solidity resistance. How crazy does it get? When you think that quantum physics is confirming that our perceptions, our thoughts are affecting the energy at a quantum level, subatomic level, that are manifesting the very perceptions that we have are manifesting a projection of those perceptions in what we call our everyday life. So when people say, it's amazing, I've just had this experience and it was such a coincidence because I was just thinking about this or whatever. Well, that's because you were creating it. You are interacting with the energetic field and you are creating your life, which is another reason why, if they can control our perceptions, they can dictate our life experience. If they can make you have myopic perceptions of self and life, then you will interact with the energetic field on this quantum level, is now being shown more and more, and you will manifest a myopia life based on your myopia perceptions. We're all there is, has been, and ever can be, having a brief human experience. Let's start with that sense of self, and we'll see how the world will change if we do.
David, thank you again. All the best for the future, and I look forward to what you see.
Cheers, James.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, mate.